into our country, killing countless Americans. He was one of the largest narco traffickers in the world and a threat to our national security. This morning, he was captured. This is peace through strength. Justice will be served. Thank you, President Trump, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. This is from Lucas Tomlinson with Fox News, saying the capture of Maduro and his wife coincides with the 6th anniversary of U.S. forces killing the Iranian general, also on the orders of President Trump. So all of these reactions coming in here on social media this morning, and I am checking just to see if we do have any more. And again, the only statement we have had here from President Trump was a bit earlier this morning on Truth Social, about 4:30 a.m. Eastern time. But we do know, if you are just tuning in, that President Trump is going to be holding a press conference at Mar-a-Lago, and that's going to be around 11 a.m. Eastern time. So just a little over an hour here. We're going to be bringing that to you. We are going to step away for a commercial break right now on Live Now from Fox. We'll continue our coverage next. And welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Matinos. We continue to follow this breaking news. So President Trump was just on Fox and Friends a short time ago. We are getting that soundbite from President Trump about 15 minutes in length, as we are going to bring that to you in just about 10 minutes time. We're just waiting to get it in here on our end. I wanted to share with you just a quote from that interview with President Trump saying, "I've never seen anything like this. I was able to watch it in real time, and I watched every aspect of it. It was amazing to see the professionalism, the quality of leadership. Amazing." So we are learning a great deal of information from that interview with President Trump. We will bring that to you as soon as we do get that soundbite. In the meantime, we have been seeing this live image coming in here out of Venezuela all morning. These are supporters of Maduro, but we've also seen celebrations happening in the United States of people who are happy that Maduro has been captured. And if you are just tuning into Live Now from Fox, my colleague Josh Breslow will be taking over here in just a matter of moments for me. But I did want to just share with you some of the video that we have gotten in here overnight at some of this that we have seen from this operation. All of this happening in just under 30 minutes. We are learning. So the United States hit Venezuela with this large-scale strike very early today, and multiple explosions rang out. We also saw some low-flying aircraft sweeping through the capital, as Maduro's government immediately accused the United States of attacking civilian and military installations The Venezuelan government called it an imperialist attack and urged citizens to take to the streets. And that's what we have been seeing there, that live look out of Venezuela. It was not immediately clear right now who is running the country. Another question we had was where Maduro is located, and we do know he was on a U.S. warship. That just came out moments ago there from President Trump. But President Trump announced these developments on Truth Social shortly after 4:30 a.m. Eastern time. And that's the last time we have heard from the president. So in just about an hour here, we are going to be hearing from him at Mar-a-Lago, a live press conference. But President Trump had said in that Truth Social post that Maduro had been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. And that operation was done in conjunction with the U.S. law enforcement. He says details to follow. So we are going to be bringing that to you uninterrupted. The legal implications of the strike under U.S. law were not immediately clear. As we've been sharing with you throughout the morning, we have been getting reaction from both sides of the aisle here. We did hear from Senator Mike Lee from Utah, posting on X that he had spoken with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who did brief him on that strike. Rubio told Lee that Maduro has been arrested by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the United States. Now, the White House has not responded to comment. We did see White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt as she just simply reposted what President Trump had put on Truth Social, a little bit earlier this morning. So we are still waiting to see if we are going to get any of that comment there from the White House on social media as of right now, though we have been monitoring that behind the scenes here. Have not seen anything recently posted, but Maduro was indicted in March 2020 on narco-terrorism conspiracy charges in the Southern District of New York. Maduro last appeared on state television on Friday while meeting with a delegation of Chinese officials in the capital. And the explosions in Venezuela's capital early today, at least 7 blasts, sent people rushing into the streets. We also did see video being posted to social media of what people were seeing and hearing during those explosions. And here is another one of those videos that we are getting in here. These were verified by the Associated Press. But as I've been saying here, this attack lasted less than 30 minutes, and it was unclear if more actions lay ahead, though President Trump said in his post that the strikes were carried out successfully. As of right now, the Federal Aviation Administration did issue a ban on U.S. commercial flights in Venezuelan airspace because of ongoing military activity ahead of those explosions. Now, the strike came after the Trump administration spent months escalating pressure on Maduro, and the CIA was behind a drone strike last week at a docking area believed to have been used by Venezuelan drug cartels, the first known direct operation on Venezuelan soil since the U.S. began strikes in September. For months, President Trump had threatened that he could soon order strikes on targets on Venezuelan land following months of attacks on boats. And here's some of that video that we have been bringing you on live now from Fox. What we're going to do here is we are going to switch off. My colleague Josh Breslow is going to be taking over for me. My name is Christy Matino. I've been here for the past several hours with you. Please stay with us for our continuing coverage. I'm going to leave you with this live look of Maduro supporters out in Venezuela. We are going to turn up the sound here as Josh takes over for me. Thanks for being here with us.
Hoy también fue el que agarra camionetica para salir. Así que la guerra que ellos dicen que es contra uno, es contra dos, son con los millones de venezolanos y venezolanas que estamos aquí dando la cara por nuestra tierra y no vamos a retroceder nunca, jamás, para la defensa de nuestra soberanía. ¡Viva la patria! ¡Viva! ¡Viva Chávez! ¡Viva! Y hoy más que nunca que viva Siria y que viva Maduro. Unidad, unidad, unidad de los patriotas y revolución permanente, armada y sobre todo con espíritu combativo. Un abrazo, hermanos y hermanas.
Gracias, Daniela Ponte, de la Generación de Oro. Miren, compatriotas, aquí trajimos estos papelón para hacer mensajes. Los que quieran, vengan a buscar su papelón. Aquí hay también para que den su mensaje. Fe de vida para nuestro presidente Nicolás Maduro. Camarada César Trompi, embajador de la patria, su mensaje para toda Venezuela.
¡Viva la patria! ¡Viva Chávez! ¡Viva Bolívar! ¡Viva Nicolás Maduro! Estimados compatriotas, hay unos grandes traidores de nuestra república, los que en el este del este promovieron la migración de jóvenes y que después fueron a perseguirlos como causa del supuesto delito en los Estados Unidos y en nuestra América. Esa misma excusa de venezolanos en el exterior que le sirvió al gobierno supremacista yanqui para perseguir a nuestro pueblo, para expulsar a los pobres que fueron a migrar hacia allá, invocados por ellos mismos, en alianza con María Corina Machado, con Leopoldo López y con todo el combo de gente que los sigue y que se atreve hoy a poner en nuestras redes que gracias a Dios que los yanquis vinieron a hacer esto, vinieron a hacer lo otro. Son traidores a la patria, son enemigos del pueblo y son enemigos nuestros personales. Esa gente no merece patria, pero no merece tener amigos en el chavismo. Le han declarado la guerra a nuestro pueblo. Nos han declarado la guerra hace años. Nos han declarado a nosotros, persona por persona. Aquí yo veo camaradas de toda la vida, con los que hemos compartido historias del odio de la derecha. Y nosotros de eso nos hemos burlado durante 25 años. Pero ellos se lo han tomado en serio. Tan en serio que hoy celebran el bombardeo que sufrimos anoche. Que hoy celebran la muerte de venezolanos y venezolanas. Que hoy celebran el secuestro del presidente constitucional de Venezuela. No nos sentamos en la misma mesa. No somos iguales. Nosotros somos los venezolanos de Bolívar. Nosotros somos los venezolanos que creemos en nuestra historia y defendemos nuestro suelo. Ellos son unos traidores. Hoy son menos que antes, pero hay de ellos todavía. Y nosotros tenemos que estar claros que en esta fase de lucha armada en la que entra nuestro pueblo, nuestra revolución y nuestra patria, el que se ponga del lado del imperialismo merece ser tratado como el imperialismo. Yo creo que no puede haber medias tintas en eso y tenemos que tener profunda claridad. Hoy se abre un nuevo decreto de guerra-muerte. Guerra-muerte a los imperialistas. Guerra-muerte a los que apoyan a María Corina Machado y su combo en nuestra república. Y defensa de nuestra paz, que no es la misma paz de ellos, porque ellos quieren la paz que le dieron a Palestina durante más de 70 años. Ellos quieren la paz que le habían dado a nuestro pueblo durante toda la Cuarta República. Una paz con pueblos esclavos. Y esa no es nuestra paz. Nuestra paz es como un pueblo libre. Y eso lo aprendimos con Chávez, lo aprendimos de Bolívar. Y el presidente Nicolás Maduro nos lo recuerda todos los días. En las próximas horas tenemos que estar muy atentos del llamado que haga la Central Bolivariana Socialista de los Trabajadores. El llamado a huelga general organizada en contra de la oligarquía. La clase trabajadora no podemos darle una hora de trabajo a la oligarquía venezolana. Que no reproduzcan real, que no reproduzcan sus dólares con el sudor de la clase obrera venezolana. Ese es un llamado fundamental que hizo el presidente Nicolás Maduro. Estimados compatriotas, otra consigna es fundamental. Ni una gota de petróleo para los yanquis. Ni una gota de petróleo para los yanquis. El petróleo de Venezuela es de los venezolanos y venezolanas. Y eso es lo que ellos quieren. Nosotros no queremos ni una gota de petróleo más para los yanquis hasta que devuelvan al único presidente constitucional de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro Moro. Estimados camaradas, nos vemos hoy en estas calles y nos tendremos que ver por los próximos días y por los próximos años. Nuestra tarea es sumar más gente, claro que sí, pero sabemos que lo que...
Welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 10 o'clock on the dot over on the East Coast and 7 o'clock on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here for the next several hours as we break down the big story that we are following, this breaking news coming in out of Venezuela. Of course, the capture of Nicolás Maduro and his wife. Now, we do know coming up in 1 hour at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, President Trump expected to address the nation on this. Again, that is 11 a.m. Eastern Time. And he does say the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, will be a part of that as well. Right now, I do want to take you out to some of the images that we do have coming in from those overnight strikes. Take a look at your screen right here in Venezuela as President Trump did confirm that Venezuelan leader Nicolás Maduro and his wife, captured by the U.S. hours ago, are aboard a U.S. warship headed to New York City, where they will face prosecution. Just hours ago, Trump did confirm on Truth Social that the U.S. conducted a, quote, large-scale strike on Venezuela, capturing Maduro and his wife. Now, in an interview with Fox News, Trump explained that Secretary of War Hegseth will be at that 11 a.m. news conference that is not taking place at the White House, but rather over at Mar-a-Lago, where President Trump has been for the Christmas and New Year holidays. In that interview, reporter Brian Yennis learned that U.S. forces practiced this by building an exact replica of the house where Maduro and his wife were captured. The president also explaining that he spoke with Maduro a week ago and told him to surrender, and that the operation was delayed by 4 days due to weather. I want to discuss all of this and what it does mean overall, so let's bring in a friend of the show, Javed Ali, Associate Professor of Practice at the University of Michigan's Gerald R. Ford School of Public Policy. He's held positions in the Defense Intelligence Agency, the Department of Homeland Security, and the FBI. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Josh, Happy New Year. Nice to be with you as well.
Happy New Year. And of course, I do want to get right to it. Can you kind of break down for folks who are just joining us here at the top of the hour where everything stands, what we know about this operation taking place there over in Venezuela just hours ago?
So, Josh, based on what we have heard from President Trump and other statements coming out from U.S. officials, obviously very significant development with the capture of Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro, but it seems that despite the large military buildup that has occurred in the Caribbean over the last few months, the significant amount of capabilities in the region and elsewhere that could have been brought to bear was not sort of the full extent of those capabilities were not used in this operation today, and the goal seems to, at least right now, seems to have been much more limited. A capture operation using likely very specialized counterterrorism units from the U.S. military to find and capture President Maduro and his wife, and then bring them to a U.S. ship and then likely a plane to be transferred to the United States to face a criminal charge. This is a very limited objective versus a much broader campaign, similar to what we had seen in Iraq and Afghanistan going back 20 plus years. So right now, it doesn't seem like the goal is bigger than what has occurred already, but that's right now. I mean, things are still very fluid, and it's unclear what will happen in this post-Maduro landscape as well.
And I do want to pop this up on your screen. This is actually a statement that was released by Venezuela's defense minister here. This is coming out a short time ago, and I want to pop it up as it says, the Venezuelan people have been victims of the most criminal military aggression by the United States. The barbarity of the invading forces has desecrated our sacred soil in the states of Miranda, Aragua, and several others here, even striking civilian urban areas with missiles and rockets fired from combat helicopters. We are currently gathering information on the injured and the dead, so seemingly confirming that some are dead as a result. He goes on to say, quote, we fully support the decree declaring a state of external emergency across the entire national territory, and as a result, the men and women of the armed forces are carrying out the instructions of President Nicolás Maduro, deploying all of our capabilities. We will win. Long live the homeland, end quote. What do you take from that? What does that say to you overall? Is this an escalation? What happens next?
Well, I don't think that it's an escalation in the sense that the Venezuelan military is going to try to retaliate against the United States, even with the capabilities in the region, because they just don't have that ability to really project that kind of power. If anything, it seems to be more a political statement to show defiance to what's occurred already. But that's just rhetorical. Behind the scenes, I think there probably is some kind of competition or jockeying for power, or may likely very well be for who is now going to replace Nicolás Maduro. Will it be Delcy Rodriguez, the current vice president, who I believe isn't even physically in Venezuela right now? Will it be people from the Venezuelan military? Will they try to step into power to just assert control in the country while there's perhaps a perception that the country is lawless without Maduro or even Rodriguez physically being there now? Will there be some attempt to bring in opposition leaders like Maria Machado and others, sort of waiting in the wings to have them be emplaced or installed as the next leader of Venezuela? These are all questions we don't know the answers to, but the statement that you just read off, I think, is more rhetorical than an indication of an actual threat to the United States.
And of course, we do have this post. We've been reading it to you over the last, I would say, few minutes since it came in from Brian Yennis over at Fox News. We know that Trump did speak to Fox a short time ago, and we are going to play a portion of that coming up here shortly. Now, he says that Trump says he spoke to Maduro a week ago. He told Maduro, quote, "You have to give up. You have to surrender." He wasn't willing to. Any surprise there that Maduro didn't just give in and say, all right, I'm done?
Well, we've seen this in the past. There's been other media reporting that President Trump, even separate from perhaps what occurred over the past week, has tried to reach out to President Maduro. Other people in the Trump administration have tried to reach out, and Maduro has resisted that. But this also happened with Manuel Noriega in Panama, going back to 1989 into 1990 before he surrendered to U.S. forces. Actually, 36 years to this day, on January 3rd, 1990. Same thing happened with Saddam Hussein in Iraq in the lead up to the Iraq War, where in 2002 and 2003, President Bush tried to appeal to to Saddam Hussein to leave Iraq, and he didn't. And then obviously the U.S. and the international coalition launched the campaign to remove Saddam Hussein from power. So we've seen this movie play out in the past, and it appears that time and time again, these strongman leaders or dictators of other countries don't believe the U.S. is going to carry through on the threat of removal, and yet every time they seem to miscalculate on that or misread U.S. intentions or perceptions.
And I do want to remind you here, President Trump saying that Maduro and his wife are currently on a U.S. ship, and they are en route to New York, where they do face several charges, according to Attorney General Pam Bondi. We got that statement a bit earlier today. Now, President Trump is expecting to address the nation here 11 a.m. Eastern time over at Mar-a-Lago. We're waiting to get that live image in. But what question or questions do you hope that maybe we will get answered from President Trump as he does make those remarks to the nation?
So, Josh, I would expect President Trump to talk about several things. Perhaps one, what was the legal or the policy basis to engage in this operation? And it's unclear what that is, although I have a suspicion of what that might be, because there's been no congressional declaration of war or a separate authorization to use military force. But hopefully he'll sort of lay out that basis. Also, hopefully talk about sort of what was the goal of the removal and what comes next from a U.S. policy position of, what is the plan for a post-Maduro world in Venezuela, and how involved will the U.S. be, either from the military side or the diplomatic side? So again, unclear what that's going to look like. And then perhaps President Trump might share more details about what actually occurred, either in the run-up and the planning to capture President Maduro, or actually what happened in the execution of the raid to get him. And we've seen President Trump provide those kind of details in the past, in 2019 with the raid against the ISIS leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi in Syria, where U.S. counterterrorism forces also carried out that mission, and then the strike against the Iranian Quds Force General Qasem Soleimani, also on January 3rd, 2020 in Iraq. So President Trump has shared those kind of details in the past. Whether he does that again at 11 o'clock, it's unclear.
And my last question for you here, is it any surprise to folks out there that Maduro's wife was taken into custody as well? Because a lot of people said that they didn't necessarily know that she had been indicted as well. We knew, of course, that Maduro has been labeled the illegitimate leader there, according to Secretary of State Marco Rubio and other Trump administration officials. So what does it mean that his wife was taken into custody and captured as well? Does that add kind of another element here?
Well, I think it means that there was an indictment, or there will be an indictment against Maduro's wife, and that they will now both, the moment they step off the plane that takes them to Lower Manhattan, and they'll be arraigned in the federal court there, and that's where the Southern District of New York's jurisdiction is. That they will then be presented with the federal charges against them, and then go through the long criminal process that all defendants do here in the United States, where the Department of Justice will have to carry the burden of proof in a trial, if it goes to trial, and provide the evidence that suggests that they were guilty of those charges beyond a reasonable doubt, or they may take a different strategy and take a plea deal. We don't know how this is going to resolve itself from a law enforcement or criminal process, but that's likely the next steps that are going to happen the moment they arrive here in the United States.
And right now, I'm actually looking at that indictment that just came down, Pam Bondi just releasing it. So, Javed Ali, thank you so much for being here with us. We definitely appreciate it. And anything else that you want to add here before I let you go?
No, Josh, thanks for having me on as always. I think lots of questions that we still don't have answers to, and hopefully we'll hear some insights on those when President Trump speaks at 11 o'clock.
That's what we're all hoping, and not quite clear if there will be a Q&A or anything of that nature, but we're going to bring it all to you right here on Live Now from Fox as we get it. Now, this is the original post here from Attorney General Pam Bondi, as she said, Nicolás Maduro and his wife, Cilia Flores, have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. Nicolás Maduro has been charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. Again, this is that statement from Pam Bondi a bit earlier on this morning. It didn't have a lot of details yet about the origin of those charges, but she went on to say they will soon face the full wrath of the American justice on American soil in American courts. On behalf of the entire U.S. DOJ, I would like to thank President Trump for having the courage to demand accountability on behalf of the American people, and a huge thank you to our brave military who conducted the incredible and highly successful mission to capture these two alleged international narco traffickers. As I mentioned here, we are having several live images that are coming in from Venezuela. This is actually over in Caracas, where there are people who are gathered. We're talking hundreds, thousands of people there, and this is actually a better view showing even more people. And we're told that many of these people aren't necessarily Maduro supporters, but they are folks there in Venezuela who are essentially trying to figure out what is going on at this point. We know that Nicolás Maduro and his wife were captured by the U.S. after those heavy strikes that happened overnight. Again, we are following all of the latest here, and we will have President Trump's remarks coming up 11 a.m. Eastern time from Mar-a-Lago. As I mentioned, we did get that indictment that is just coming down from Pam Bondi. She posted it on Twitter. Looks like it's about 25 pages, so I am kind of looking through it now. Obviously not going to read you all of it because it is very lengthy, but essentially, to start off, it says for over 25 years, leaders of Venezuela have abused their positions of public trust and corrupted once legitimate institutions to import tons of cocaine into the U.S. So obviously here, that provides just a little bit of context as to the charges that they do face, both Maduro and his wife. What I want to do is lift up the audio once again, very briefly, so you can hear some of the commentary there. This is people chanting and cheering there in Caracas, Venezuela.
Y que este momento tiene que ser un momento para que comencemos a reflexionar en una unión verdadera. Están molesticos, lo entiendo, pero no es momento. Es momento de conversar con nuestros hermanos, camaradas, y decirles que a partir de este momento tenemos que declararnos hermanos, hermanas, en vigilia permanente, en movilización permanente, hasta que nos devuelvan a nuestro hermano presidente Nicolás Maduro Moro, que no nos lo regalaron ni lo impusieron, lo elegimos nosotros. Y tenemos que tener claridad total sobre el rol que nos toca realizar de ahora en adelante. Así que comencemos a convocar a todo aquel y Raquel para que a partir de este momento tomemos las calles y estemos vigilantes de que esto no pase o no trascienda a lo que ellos están buscando de hace rato. Así que rodilla en tierra, mi camarada, que viva la patria, viva Maduro, viva Chávez. Gracias, Tony Riggi. Bueno, tribuna abierta, por ahí también vemos a la ministra de Salud con su equipo. Camarada, su mensaje para toda Venezuela. Su nombre, ¿cuál es su nombre?
¡Viva Chávez! Voy a ser breve, por el amor de Chávez. Hace 20 años, esta persona que está aquí era indigente. Andaba en la calle comiendo la basura, robando. Ese compañero Chávez me dio la mano en la Plaza Katia. Hoy en día tengo 18 años estudiando en esta revolución.
And of course, we have been dipping into that. It is not in English, but you can hear the chanting, the cheering, and that is a lot of people, some of which are supporters of Nicolás Maduro, but also you have people who are gathering just to figure out exactly what is going on after those U.S. strikes that happened just hours ago and the capture of Nicolás Maduro, the Venezuelan leader, and his wife, who are now en route, we're told, over to New York, where they do face several charges. Now, we have this right here, as I mentioned. This is from Attorney General Pam Bondi, as she said, unsealed indictment. Thank you, U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton. Important to note that that indictment is about 25 pages long, so I've been reading through it, trying to get the latest information. We do expect that we will get much, much more coming up here in just a bit as we hear from President Trump over at Mar-a-Lago and War Secretary Pete Hegseth. All of that coming up here. We'll have it for you live and uninterrupted, as we always do. Right now, I do want to bring in a guest, a very good friend of the show. We have Matthew Wiz Buckley. He's with No Fallen Heroes and has several different titles. He talks to us a lot here about the situation unfolding off the coast of Venezuela and, of course, inside of Venezuela. Thank you so much, Wiz, as always, for taking the time to be here with us.
You bet, Josh. Happy New Year. Thanks for having me.
Happy New Year. Obviously, a lot of developments coming in and a lot of questions. But what I wanted to ask you about is something that we've talked about in the past. I'm hoping we can kind of go in reverse for folks who have only been getting bits and pieces of this. Can you break down for folks out there the whole situation that's unfolding there with the drug cartels and the strikes on the different ships out there off the coast of Venezuela, what we've seen so far and what we've watched kind of play out over the past several weeks and months?
You bet, Josh. As you and I have talked about before, since the Nixon administration, it's been called a war on drugs. And those of us who have served kind of laugh at the term war on drugs. It's been a Vietnam on drugs. The men and women on the front lines have fought this, quote, war on drugs with both hands tied behind their back. President Trump coming in the office, he actually knows what the word war means, and he actually started executing a war on drugs. Nicolás Maduro is a narco terrorist. A grand jury, our fellow Americans up in New York, indicted this man. There was a $50 million bounty on his head. So he sat technically at the top of one of the largest cartels in our hemisphere. So President Trump, using his authority under the law, was conducting kinetic strikes against these narco terrorists. It just kind of cracks me up that, some Democrats or some folks in this country feel bad for, quote, fishermen on their narco submarines, right? Fishermen coming from Venezuela don't have, $5,000 motors, or it was comical that some folks in this country were actually supporting these narco terrorists. We lose about, I think 100,000 folks in this country to fentanyl and drug overdoses. So the president, absolutely within his authority, was conducting a no kidding war on drugs. And we're seeing the ultimate result of it at this point, which is taking the head off the snake of this, one of the largest cartels in our hemisphere.
And one thing that's interesting here, there's actually a lot of things that are interesting, but there are still so many questions about what this means for the future of all of this, those operations off the coast of Venezuela, with the capture of Nicolás Maduro and his wife. And of course, it's important to note that we can't predict the future, but what are your thoughts and kind of feelings about what could happen if we're still going to see these strikes, or if the capture of Maduro means it's over?
Well, Josh, I'm definitely in the business of never believing it's over. I'm old enough to remember President Bush on the Abraham Lincoln, my old aircraft carrier, with the Mission Accomplished banner behind him. Now, that was mission accomplished about the Lincoln finishing their cruise, but the way it looked to the American people was, hey, the war in Iraq's over with. Donald Rumsfeld, disbanded the Iraqi army and the Iraqi police forces. Hey, this is over. It isn't over, right? It's the enemy gets a vote. We'd like to think it's over, but this just might be beginning. I'm very good friends with General Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I guarantee you he has contingency planned exhaustively for what bad could happen. How could this potentially get worse? So I'm not predicting the end of this at all. And I'd be remiss, Josh, if I didn't give a shout out. The young men and women out on the tip of the spear in the United States military have conducted an incredibly precise surgical strike and operation. The United States Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, even the Coast Guard is involved in this. So the young men and women in our United States military deserve some praise. It sounds like, I heard the president on Fox and Friends this morning. It sounds like no significant U.S. casualties, meaning hopefully everybody's got 10 fingers and 10 toes. We potentially lost a helicopter and there might have been some injuries in that. But as of now, Josh, according to some of the folks I've been talking to, no deaths on the U.S. side, which is a very good thing. So once again, this is a demonstration to the world, Josh, that the United States military is the most capable military on the planet. If you do harm to our country, we don't care if you run that country, we're going to come and get you. So shout out to the folks in the United States military. Well done. And I'm a Navy guy. I love my Navy SEALs, but this apparently was Delta Force. This is the 160th SOAR, the Night Stalkers, flying some pretty Gucci Army helicopters and then bringing in the Delta Force. What an incredible operation, Josh. We're going to see some movies about this, but my hat's off to the United States Army for this incredible operation.
One thing I did want to ask you about, we learned from Brian Yennis over at Fox News, and of course this is from that interview you were talking about with Fox News with President Trump a bit earlier, but he said essentially that there was practice done on a replica of the home there with Maduro and his wife where they stayed to make sure that all of this worked out correctly and that they were able to execute it. So is that a fairly standard situation? What do you make of that?
Oh, Josh, they started this stuff probably a month or two ago when they started these kinetic strikes against the drug boats. General Kane, we were pre-positioning all of these assets, right, Josh? We had the battle group down there, the amphibious readiness group. We had Ospreys pre-positioned. When you're a foreign country and you see the United States military taking a month or two to pre-position all these assets around you, you should probably sit up straight. So just like we saw with the bin Laden raid, they built a compound to the inch that replicated that compound, and they assaulted that. And like I alluded to a little earlier, Josh, we contingency plan. What if this goes wrong? What if that goes wrong? What if this helicopter goes down? What if the refueling, plane goes down? What if this thing to death? We want to minimize all known risks. Combat is pretty tough, and they say that most plans don't survive the first bullet shot at you by the enemy. So we'll do death by planning. I mean, we will just plan it to death. And then ultimately, when the commander in charge of this operation says, you know what, we've exhausted all of our planning, we've contingency planned this, we are ready to go. And I guarantee you that's exactly what happened. And General Kane, through Secretary Hegseth, went to the president and said, we're ready to go. And they were over-prepared, I guarantee you.
As I mentioned, we are going to play for you here in a second that portion of the interview that President Trump did conduct here with Fox News. But I do want to pop this up as Brian Yennis, again, we've been talking about this, said Trump tells Fox U.S. forces practiced by building an exact replica of the house where Maduro and his wife were captured. Quote, I mean, everything was pinpoint, every single they had, everything they practiced. They actually built a house which was identical to the one they went into with all the safes, all the steel, all over the place. President Trump likely to address all of this as he does speak from Mar-a-Lago coming up here in just about 30 minutes. We're, of course, going to carry that live in full, commercial-free here on Live Now from Fox. Any questions, Wiz, that you hope will potentially be answered during this news conference? What kind of questions do you still have?
Josh, I think the president gave a pretty good interview on Fox and Friends, and we're seeing it play out. So technically, I really don't have too many questions, but I have to give a shout out to the Secretary of War and the War Department. The OPSEC, the operational security on this, was tight. You know as well as I do, man, Washington, it used to leak like a sieve. As a matter of fact, this time last year, there was folks in this country calling for Hegseth's head for Signalgate. Remember that? Well, this thing was locked down tighter than a snare drum. I know a lot of folks running around DC, and sometimes I get a little tipper every once in a while. I got nothing, Josh, which tells me that the operational security on this was airtight. So I think you're going to hear the president obviously give us a lot of details that we didn't know, but good on the War Department for not having any leaks at all. This was a highly surgical operation that clearly the enemy didn't know about either. I mean, Josh, the Chinese delegation met with Maduro earlier. I mean, I've seen video of him shaking hands with whatever Chinese dude came to talk to him and meet with him, and then hours later, he's in U.S. custody. This is a huge message, not only to all the narco-terrorists in the region, but to China, to Russia, to Iran, and also North Korea. And Josh, as you know, I trade the markets. Not that we should super care about this, but this is very bullish for oil. This is great for Americans. Lower oil costs, folks, at the pump directly goes to our bottom line, because he was evading sanctions, as we saw with us capturing some of these tankers. So we are tightening down on all of this. And also, Josh, Venezuela has a ton of rare earth minerals in their country, which China has been really tightening. I mean, these things go in our cell phones, our laptops, our weapons. So we didn't do it for this reason. And I want to get that clear, but it's going to have second and third order effects for the United States as well. Number one, saving the lives of folks who potentially could be killed by these drugs, and then other good things will come from this as well.
I did want to ask you one more question here based on what you were just talking about. You mentioned the fact that there were no leaks. Now, we know that when there is an operation of any kind, a lot of times there's a source or several sources who do reveal that something is going to happen. How did that maybe help the situation here that somehow there were no leaks? Nobody knew that this was going to happen. This was a surprise to probably just about everyone when they woke up this morning.
Correct. Well, Josh, I think that's a testament to the administration and them kind of weeding out the leakers. Like after Signalgate happened, and he caught a lot of grief for this, but he didn't care. Secretary Hegseth went and clipped a lot of potential leakers. The folks on the tip of the spear, the young men and women flying the helicopters, the Delta Force operators, the Marine, the Coasties, they're tighter than a snare drum. We know about operational security. We know that leaks can get people killed. So you weren't going to get a leak from anybody wearing a uniform. It was the leaks that were coming from folks wearing coat and ties or skirts or dresses who probably aren't too happy with who is in the White House right now. So operational security is easy when you have the right people on the team who are aligned with the mission. Operational security is very hard when you got people on board who don't want the best for you or technically for this country.
All right. Wiz, thank you so much, as always, for being here with us. Anything we missed, anything you want to make sure to add here before I let you go?
No, good question, Josh. You nailed it. But once again, shout out to the young men and women of the United States military for doing their job, for doing what we pay you to do. And please, even though this might appear over, it might not be over, please send some thoughts, some prayers, some love and light to these folks, that everybody gets home to their loved ones safe.
Wiz, thank you again for being here, as always. We definitely appreciate it.
Thanks, Josh. God bless. We'll see you.
And of course, we are going to continue to follow all of this as we await those remarks coming in from President Donald Trump. That's set to happen here just about 30 minutes, 11 a.m. Eastern time, over from Mar-a-Lago, where he says Secretary of War Pete Hegseth will be there as well. So we're going to bring you all of those commercial-free and live the second that we see that image pop up. If you are just joining us, my name is Josh Breslow, and I told you that President Trump spoke a bit earlier with Fox News, and we now have a portion of that interview where he did talk about the process of this operation and how it played out. Going to play that for you right now.
Morning. So you've had quite a busy evening. Tell us about it.
It was slightly busy, I would say. It was very dark all over, especially in Venezuela. The team did an incredible job. They rehearsed and practiced like nobody's ever seen. And I was told by real military people that there's no other country on earth that can do such a maneuver. If you would have seen what happened, I mean, I watched it literally like I was watching a television show. And if you would have seen the speed, the violence, you know, they say that, the speed, the violence, they use that term. It's it was an amazing thing, an amazing job that these people did. There's nobody else could have done anything like it.
You're at Mar-a-Lago right now. How were you able to watch this?
Well, we watched it from a room. We had a room, and we watched it, and we watched every aspect of it. We were surrounded by lots of people, including generals, and they knew everything that was happening, and it was very complex, extremely complex, the whole maneuver, the landings, the number of aircraft, which were a massive number, the number of helicopters, a different type of helicopters, different type of fighter jets. We had a fighter jet for every possible situation. And they just broke in, and they broke into places that were not really able to be broke into, you know, steel doors that were put there for just this reason, and they got taken out in a matter of seconds. I've never seen anything like it, actually.
And you were able to watch this in real time.
Yeah, and don't forget, I've done some pretty good ones in other parts of the world, okay? I've done some pretty good ones, but I've never seen anything like this. I was able to watch it in real time, and I watched every aspect of it, and I listened to the communication between, you know, where we were in Florida and out in the field in Venezuela. And it was amazing to see the professionalism, the quality of leadership, the professionalism. General Raisin Kane is fantastic. Don't forget, we did another one not so long ago. It was called the knocking out of the Iranian nuclear threat, the nuclear power. And that was unbelievable what they did there. And this is something that, gee, I don't know, it's amazing. And to have a few injuries, but no death on our side is really amazing.
Mr. President, critics will say that strong action can risk escalation, but history has shown us that weakness can truly invite chaos. And this military operation clearly sends a message to our adversaries around the world, China, Iran, Russia, that we are no longer the weak administration that we had for 4 years under former President Biden, who tolerated narco-terrorism. What is next for the United States and Venezuela?
Well, we're very strong, and very importantly, if you look at drugs through the oceans, through the seas, they're down 97%. That's the boats. It's sort of related to this, as you know. The drugs are way down, and it's getting very, very tough. It's a whole different look. We have a whole different country. We have a country now that's respected. We have a country. I built the military in my first term, and they gave a little chunk of it away, but it was a lot. But it was a little chunk relative to what we built. But they gave it to Afghanistan so stupidly. It was one of the. Compare this to Afghanistan, where we were a laughing stock all over the world. We're not a laughing stock anymore. No, we have the greatest military in the world by far. We have the greatest equipment, military equipment in the world by far. And you had to see this in real time. You had to see this, the professionalism and the bravery, everything about it. And you almost couldn't hold them back. It was like they wanted to go so badly. And most people would have said, I'll take a pass. I know that Charlie would have wanted to go because Charlie's a very brave person. But I know a lot of other people would have said, I think I'll pass on this one. Let's watch it on television. So it's been amazing to see how good they were, how professional they were, how incredible the equipment we have is. I mean, the level of equipment and to see how it worked so perfectly. And, you know, if you compare this to attacks on Iran over the years with, you know, helicopters crashing into each other, the whole thing was a mess. The Jimmy Carter situation, which was a mess. And every other situation compared to this, nobody's ever seen like this. Look, the Iranian attack, knocking out their nuclear power was big. We had peace in the Middle East, and we have it. without that, you could never have peace in the Middle East. We knocked them out, and look what's happening now to Iran, but we knocked it out. That was, it could not have been better, and this could not have been better. I don't even know which is, these are both really important. If you think about equal and importance, I wonder how it's going to be rated, but knocking out the nuclear power of, think of it, they were ready, they were within 2 months, they would have been a nuclear power. And comparing that to this in a certain different way, I think this might have been actually more complex.
Well, it's interesting.
But that was something that was amazing.
It's interesting, Mr. President. We've looked, our own Lucas Tomlinson, our reporter here. I don't know if you knew this intentionally, but the capture of Maduro and his wife coincides with the 6th anniversary of your taking out the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's Qasem Soleimani. Interestingly, it's six years after. But let me ask you a question, Mr. President. Because,
by the way, that was the third thing, and we have a fourth. We got Soleimani. We have taken out so many. Look at what we did to the leader of ISIS, who's no longer with us, right? And everybody was after for 20 years, and we got him. We've done a lot, but this was something, maybe because it's fresh in our minds, because again, the Iranian situation was so big, knocking that out, and the B-2 bomber, every single missile hit its target, and the target was an air shaft.
Right. Dark
at night. Think of that. Dark at night, no moon. You couldn't see a thing, and every missile went right through that air shaft and just obliterated the place. So that was amazing, and this was amazing.
I wonder, Mr. President, though, I want to ask you because from your Vice President, J.D. Vance, said that the message is pretty clear. The drug trafficking must stop. So was this operation a message that you're sending to Mexico, to Claudia Sheinbaum, the president there?
Well, it wasn't meant to be, and we're very friendly with her. She's a good woman, but the cartels are running Mexico. She's not running Mexico. The cartels are running Mexico. And we could be politically correct and be nice and say, oh, yes, she is. No, she's very, she's very frightened of the cartels. They're running Mexico. And I've asked her numerous times, would you like us to take out the cartels? No, Mr. President. No, please. So we have to do something because we lost. The real number is 300,000 people, in my opinion. They like to say 100,000. 100,000 is a lot of people, but the real number is 300,000 people. And we lost it to drugs, and they come in through the southern border, mostly the southern border. Plenty come in through Canada, too, by the way, in case you don't know. But they come in through the southern border, and something's going to have to be done with Mexico.
Why did you decide to do this morning?
Are you talking about calling you people or the shot?
No, taking out Maduro.
I'm not sure which is worse. If you want to know the truth, I'm calling you. I haven't spoken to anybody else because Charlie Hurd has been a great friend of mine for a long time. He was with me when it was not fashionable, and those are the people I like. He was with me, Charlie, when it was not at all fashionable. So that's the reason I'm doing this. And your show is great. You're doing a great job. What a good team.
But I meant, why did you make the decision to take out Maduro this morning? And what was Maduro doing when our guys came in on him?
So we were going to do this 4 days ago, but the weather was not perfect. The weather has to be perfect. And we had just the perfect weather. We had, very good. A little bit few more clouds than we thought, but it was good. We waited 4 days. We were going to do this 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago. And then all of a sudden it opened up and we said go. And I'll tell you, it was just amazing. And what was he doing? He was in a very highly guarded, like a fortress, actually. He was in a fortress. That we had nobody killed was amazing. I think we had nobody killed, I have to say, because a couple of guys were hit, but they came back and they're supposed to be in pretty good shape. But that we had nobody killed, that we lost no aircraft. Everything came back. We got it all back. One of them was hit pretty hard, but a helicopter, but we got it back. But it just was the right time to do it. We had to do it because it's a war. We're losing 300,000 people a year. We don't lose that much in a war, okay, if you look. and we had to do it. But he was in a house that was more like a fortress than a house. It had steel doors. It had what they call a safety space, where it's, solid steel all around. He didn't get that space closed. He was trying to get into it, but he got bum rushed so fast that he didn't get into that. We were prepared. We had, massive blowtorches and everything else that you need to get through that steel, but we didn't need it. He didn't make it to that area of the house.
Mr. President, your war on narco-terrorism from our southern border and beyond clearly will save American lives. Moving forward for Venezuela, what do you think is next for the Venezuelan people now that you have removed Maduro so that he can face American justice?
Well, we're making that decision now. We can't take a chance on letting somebody else run and just take over where he left or left off. So we're making that decision now. We'll be involved in it very much. And we want to do liberty for the people. We want to, have a great relationship. I think the people of Venezuela are very, very happy because they love the United States. They were run by essentially a dictatorship or worse. It couldn't have been worse. It was a terrible thing that was taking place in Venezuela. But look, tremendous numbers of people were being killed through drugs. And what they did to our country in sending prisoners and people from mental institutions and drug lords and everything, they sent them by the hundreds of thousands of people into our country. And that is just unforgivable. That's why, he wanted to negotiate at the end, and I didn't want to negotiate. I said, nope, we got to do it. He was trying to negotiate at the end. You probably saw that. And trying hard to make a deal. And I said, this could have been a very foolish thing if it didn't work out. But I said, nope, we can't do it. What he did with drugs was bad. What he did with a lot of other things was bad. But what he did was sending hundreds of thousands of Tren de Aragua and drug dealers. And they emptied out their jails into our country. They emptied out, if you think about it, they emptied out all of their mental institutions into our country. What he did there, and every other thing, is unforgivable.
Mr. President, you're already getting reaction from members of Congress on both sides. One Democrat, Jim McGovern, is saying that you did not get authorization from Congress. And he says Trump just launched an unjustified illegal strike on Venezuela. Wanted to get your reaction to that.
Well, look, these are weak, stupid people, and they're trying to save themselves from almost destroying our country. If I didn't get elected, our country would not. I don't even think we'd have a country right now. We were heading down the path of destruction. We had inflation. We had high prices. They're the ones that caused high prices, not us. We're bringing the prices way down. We have oil now in many places $1.99 a gallon. And when you do oil, everything follows, but everything is following. But no, they would have destroyed our country if we didn't get elected. If Kamala or a Joe type got elected, if that group got elected. But if Kamala got elected, I don't think at this point we would even have a country. We were laughed at all over the world. The money was flowing out. Everybody was leaving. The companies were leaving. The people were leaving. The wealth was leaving. We have $18 trillion coming back into our country, the biggest number in the history of the world. The second biggest number was $3 trillion. We're at $18 trillion, and it's building factories and plants. It's doing things that no country has ever seen before. But as far as last night is concerned, it was really genius. What they did is genius. And the Democrats, maybe they'll take a shot. They'll take a shot. All they do is complain. They don't talk about, they should say, you know what, we did a great job. We're stopping drugs from coming into this country. And nobody's been able to do it until we came along. But they should say, great job. They shouldn't say, oh, gee, maybe it's not constitutional. The same old stuff that we've been hearing for years and years and years. They did an incredible job. These men and women that went out there last night, the courage they had, going into an area where, all the lights were turned off. We turned off almost all of the lights in Caracas. I mean, this thing was so organized. And they go into a dark space with machine guns facing them all over the place. And then you hear from a guy that I'd never even heard of him. But you hear from
All right, so again, those were some of the comments that we did receive from President Trump as he spoke over the phone with folks there at Fox News. That was just a couple hours ago. Now, I do want to remind you, coming up here in just a matter of moments, we expect that President Trump will address the nation on all of this coming in from Mar-a-Lago. We should be getting a live image as that is set to take place here at about 11 a.m. Eastern time. We're going to bring those to you here live as we always do. Now, as I mentioned a bit earlier, we have been combing through this indictment, 25 pages worth of information about the indictment against Maduro and his wife. And as we take a live look at this hour over Caracas here, this is in Venezuela, I do want to bring you what we learned from that, as the indictment does accuse Maduro of leading a, quote, corrupt, illegitimate government that for decades has leveraged government power to protect and promote illegal activity, including drug trafficking, end quote. Now, it does allege that the drug trafficking efforts, quote, enriched and entrenched Venezuela's political and military elite. U.S. authorities there alleging that Maduro partnered with, quote, some of the most violent and prolific drug traffickers and narco-terrorists in the world to bring tons of cocaine into the U.S. Again, that is according to that 25-page indictment. Authorities estimate that as much as 250 tons of cocaine were trafficked through Venezuela by 2020, and the drugs were moved on go-fast vessels, fishing boats, and container ships, or via planes from clandestine airstrips. Again, all of this coming in from those documents. Now, if you are just joining us here, President Trump revealing the U.S. launched strikes in Venezuela, and we do have video of some of that I do want to pop up on your screen right here. Again, this is from just hours ago, as President Trump says that they have captured the Venezuelan leader, Nicolás Maduro, and his wife, all happening here amid Trump's war on the drug cartels, which has seen strikes on suspected drug-carrying vessels off the coast of Venezuela. And these are just some of the videos of those strikes released by the Department of War. President Trump saying that Maduro and his wife, who have both been indicted in the U.S., are now en route to New York to face prosecution, and they are en route via U.S. ship. So we should see them arrive. We should get those live images here. And of course, we'll bring those to you live as we get them. Right now, I do want to bring in a friend of the show here, Mark Chandler. He is Director of Government Relations at Coastal Carolina University and also a former senior defense intelligence official. Thank you so much, Mark, for taking the time to be here with us this morning. Obviously, a lot of developments.
Oh, gosh, you're welcome. You're right. There is a lot happening today.
For sure. And first off, just as a former senior defense intelligence official, I did want to ask, based on what we know so far, what has stood out to you about the operation and really what we saw play out?
Well, I think one of the things that really stood out to me was the operational security surrounding this operation. You know, you get a lot of these operations, and the critical part to success is focused on operational security. Make sure no one knows what we're about to do, because we're putting our military forces in harm's way. And so I think the fact that they did that was critical leading up to this operation. The second thing that stands out to me was the phenomenal intelligence work behind this operation. Number one, the forces had to rehearse this for weeks. You know, there was talk you just had up there about, you know, a mock buildup of the facility where Maduro was living. And so they had to have great intelligence to be able to get the entire diagrams, the layout of that facility, where Maduro was, what we call a pattern of life. So in other words, Maduro would go to the presidential offices. He would travel this way. He would be at his house at this location. Here's the guards around him. So it takes a lot of time to develop that finite type of intelligence. So hats off not only to the operators who conducted this, but the intelligence personnel that helped build up this information to facilitate the success for this. It was critical and a great intelligence operation.
And one thing that's interesting and stood out to a lot of people, President Trump telling Fox there that, yes, there were some injuries here. However, he says it does not appear that any Americans were killed in the process. How does that kind of detail how intricate this process was for this operation? The fact that no Americans, as of right now, to our knowledge, were killed in the strikes there.
Well, again, that's absolute. It speaks to the professionalism of our military forces, especially Delta and the 160th. They're the elite of the elite when they go in and we conduct these type of operations. So not only did they have good intelligence, they rehearsed and rehearsed and rehearsed. One of your previous guests talked about, working all your way through the rehearsal aspect so that you can be prepared for any kind of contingency that comes up in these operations. So this kind of reminds me of the Bin Laden raid back when we did that. We had a mock-up of the facility, and the SEALs rehearsed that operation tremendously to ensure that once the forces got on the objective, they knew what was likely to happen, where everything was, and they get in and they get out. It was a quick operation. I think what you see with the bombings, there was a lot of taking out some of the assets, and there's probably going to, if they reveal it, a lot of information about other aircraft flying off the coast of Venezuela, jamming communications, ensuring that the Venezuelan military could not react fast enough to stop us from conducting this operation. So they went in, they did what we call actions on the objective. They took Maduro and his wife, they captured them and then pulled out. They did that so quickly. And I believe some of the bombing campaign was to stop some of the reinforcements that would go to the palace, but also to distract the Venezuelan military, kind of think that we're coming in a different place. All of this facilitated the moves on the palace itself where Maduro was being held so that they could get in and get out as quickly as possible. I think when it comes down to it, and they reveal the details, you'll find that they were actually on the objective a very limited amount of time for something that you would consider this major an operation.
And of course, if you're watching us here, we did have that live image coming in out of Mar-a-Lago. It did go down here, but we expect the feed will come back at some point here shortly. And of course, we're going to get those full remarks from President Trump and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. We'll bring those to you in full, commercial free. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Mark, what questions do you hope that maybe President Trump will answer during this news conference, or Hegseth, that maybe we don't know at this point?
Well, I'd like an update on the wounded. If there were, in fact, anybody wounded, I'd like to know about that, just so that we know that, and kind of reminder to the American populace that when we do these operations, there are human beings that we are putting in harm's way. And so I would like to hear an update on that, just to know that, one, there were no killed in action on this. We conducted the operation. And then I think what you're probably going to see, and I think some of the political opposition, whether they listen to it or not, but kind of help the American people understand the legal case that was laid out in conducting this operation. Not only was Delta involved in the 160th, but there were law enforcement personnel involved on this raid, and that goes to the legal aspect of conducting this. So perhaps lay that case out to help the American public understand a little bit better on this. As I said, maybe the opposition will understand. I don't know if you want to support Maduro, his drug capabilities to counter his narco-terrorism aspects, then you're going to argue that way anyway and not listen to the facts. So I'd like to see that. What I hope that they don't reveal are some of the intricacies of the operation itself. We know Maduro was taken to the USS Iwo Jima. That's what we call a large deck amphibious ship off the coast of Venezuela. A lot of Marines on that. So that's probably the staging ground from where the operation was conducted. Now they're going to move Maduro onward onto New York, get him onto an airfield, move him in an aircraft to New York to face the charges that he was indicted on later. So let's lay out some of those aspects, but not give all the operational details.
For sure. And I actually want to read you this statement that came in a bit earlier. We read this to you as we received it, but this is from Venezuela's defense chief, and it's on the Maduro capture. This is the Minister of Defense who said, quote, "The Venezuelan people have been victims of the most criminal military aggression by the United States. The barbarity of the invading forces has desecrated our sacred soil, even striking civilian urban areas with missiles and rockets fired from combat helicopters. We are currently gathering information on the injured and the dead. We fully support the decree declaring a state of external emergency across the entire national territory, and as a result, the men and women of the armed forces are carrying out the instructions of President Nicolás Maduro, deploying all of our capabilities. We will win. Long live the homeland," end quote. Again, that is from the Minister of Defense there in Venezuela. What does that say to you? Does that talk about escalation? Is that a threat? What do you make of that?
I think he had to come out and try to put up some machismo, if you will, for the Venezuelan populace, but not so much the Venezuelan populace, because this is not a popular regime in Venezuela. I think more for the military. He's speaking to the military, pushing back on the United States, someone that violated their sovereignty. These are kind of boilerplate statements that you'd expect. And I have to add this a little bit about him, Josh. He is one of the inner circle, Maduro's inner circle. The vice president, the interior minister, and the defense minister were all part of the same group who helped maintain this draconian control over the Venezuelan leadership and government. So I think when you look at that, I would expect him to say that. I don't see a military response from Venezuela, though. I see them really concerned about a rising on the streets, a protest against the Maduro regime. The regime has not been replaced. So now they're trying to scramble to see who's gonna get in charge of these three: the vice president, interior minister, and defense minister. But they need to consolidate control of the military, because the military is what keeps them in power. So you're going to see some jockeying for that throughout the day or the next couple of days.
And there on the left-hand side of your screen, you're taking a live look over Mar-a-Lago, where those remarks should begin shortly. Now, we did have a live image that I tried to pop up there on the left-hand side of your screen. It showed a lot of press there at Mar-a-Lago for this as they were making their final preparations. Unfortunately, the shot went out by the time I took it, but we should be getting that shot back here in just a second, as those remarks are set to begin in just about 2.5 minutes here. Mark, what do we need to be watching for over the next coming hours, days, and maybe even weeks here?
Well, I think you need to go back to that statement you just had on the screen there, Josh. And I think looking at what the Venezuelan leadership, number one, how they're going to consolidate control. Do they maintain control of the military? Because as I said, that's what gives them the power. There is a chance. Venezuela has a military, not anything as capable as the United States. They could try something, and I would call it outlandish, to go against the U.S. military, try to take some sort of counteraction at their low level. They might have a modicum of success of doing something or getting close to one of our assets, but I think they're going to hold back on trying to do something significant, because they know that the U.S. military could pretty much take out anything they need to do. And we don't have a fight with the Venezuelan people. This doesn't look like we're trying to, one, overthrow a regime, two, go against the Venezuelan people. There are repressed people by this leadership. So hopefully you could see an uprising in the streets. Again, it's going to go to how the military kind of clamps down. That's what you're going to see. You're going to see pro-Maduro protests. They're going to turn out the population. They're going to get people in the streets to make it look like Maduro was more popular than he is. So you'll see that, but it'll be choreographed. None of this is going to be a spontaneous support of Maduro across the Venezuelan population.
And I did want to mention here, it actually sounds like the news conference with President Trump might be starting on time, because, again, we're waiting on that live image to come back, but we did just get the alert from the White House, which normally comes out really just a few minutes before he does walk up to the podium. So, again, we're waiting on that shot to come in. We will definitely have it for you, and we'll make sure to bring it to you in full, commercial-free. We also know from President Trump that Secretary of War Pete Hegseth should be there as well to possibly answer questions, but at least make remarks on the situation there. We also have these live images that are coming in here out of Caracas and other areas of Venezuela, where you can see folks who are not necessarily supporters of Maduro in the street. Many of them are actually there because they're trying to piece together exactly what has happened over the past several hours here. And I did want to get your take on this, Mark. For the new regime there in Venezuela, does the U.S., and this is based on really your expertise, I'm not sure if you'll have the full answer, but would the U.S. play any sort of role in any of that?
Just clarification, Josh, are you talking about the legally elected regime that's been kind of in exile for a while? Or are you talking about how this new cabal is really taking over after Maduro left?
I'm going to say both. I want to get your take on both of those.
Okay. All right. First off, I think you are going to see a consolidation of power. There actually may be a jockeying of power. The vice president, she doesn't have a lot of control there. She doesn't necessarily have the backing of the military. So you could see either a co-leadership between the interior minister and the defense minister, or you could see one of those try to take more charge. Outside chance, you could see the military come in and say, we need to step in and take control of this. So you could have that. If there is some dissension in there, we could see a fracturing of that leadership as it goes through. I don't think we're going to be able to see the opposition just fly back into Venezuela and take over. You're going to have to get rid of this core group of Maduro supporters, those people who were involved. I think the U.S. can increase its messaging. We can increase messaging to the Venezuelan people, but this really now has to come from within. So I think we can support the opposition, and work our way through building that case. You're going to hear a lot of noise from the international community. Violation of sovereignty. We've already heard that from Colombia and Mexico. The UN's going to speak out. Cuba, Iran, Russia, China, they're all going to speak out against the United States and the illegal operations. But I think that's just noise. Let's put that in the noise category and see what we can do to build a popular support for the legally elected president if we can get her back in the country.
I also wanted to ask you, kind of going back to something that we were talking about earlier, also want to mention that it looks like we are going to be getting that image back here shortly of President Trump at Mar-a-Lago. So that kind of indicates to us this is going to start in a matter of moments. So the second it does, you'll be able to watch it in full right here on Live Now. But one thing I do want to go back to is something that you mentioned. You were talking about the fact that there were no leaks. The information did not get out there ahead of these strikes. Based on what you've seen, is that surprising? Because normally you do have folks who behind the scenes will maybe give a tip to somebody and say, this is what's going to happen, prepare for this, that sort of thing. So is that surprising that the information didn't get out there? And also, what role does that play in kind of helping with the operation?
Well, first off, I am surprised that there were no leaks on this, and I'm very pleased to that. One of the biggest things when I worked on the Joint Chiefs of Staff, we would conduct these type of operations around the world. And unfortunately, somebody who felt they had the knowledge and the power of that knowledge wanted to leak something to the press. That puts our forces in harm's way. And I really, really despise those type of leaks that would go out there just for somebody to show they had that information. So good on the administration for this one. I've heard talk this morning about notifying Congress. The executive branch does have to notify Congress, but it doesn't say they have to notify them before the operation. And every administration I worked for, we were hesitant to notify in advance, what we call the Gang of Eight, the leaders of the House and the Senate and the intelligence committees. So when we looked at that, we wouldn't notify them for the purpose of operational security, OPSEC. We didn't want that to leak out, especially if they were going to speak out against something. They'll notify them today. They'll give them a full mission briefing and let them know what happened. They'll lay out the legal case for it, and that's fine afterwards. But I don't think I want to hear any conversations today about how they weren't notified, because I can go back to Democratic and Republican administrations and we would not notify in advance of these operations. So that's good for OPSEC. I'm glad we had that.
Yeah, and right now you can see we did get that live image coming back here as those final preparations are being made for President Trump to make those remarks. Now you can see the stand is there, and there is a lot of media, I can tell you, that are in this room. Let me pop up this other angle that we do have for you. Look at all of those reporters on the left-hand side of your screen, and that is just a few of them. Again, President Trump expected to walk in here in just a matter of moments to address the nation on this Venezuela operation, the capture of Maduro and his wife. We're going to bring you those remarks in full the second that we do get them. And we're looking at all of this, kind of gathering the latest information that is coming into our newsroom. Mark, anything that you think we missed? Anything you want to make sure to add here before I let you go?
Josh, this is a highly fluid situation. You're doing a great job covering it, trying to keep the public informed about how this is evolving. I think you covered everything really well. I would look for internal dissension inside Venezuela and see if the military cracks. Or, because I'll tell you one other thing we didn't address, Josh, is they had to have somebody on the inside to help get us this information on Maduro's location. That's part of a human network. If we got that, are we starting to get fissures inside the Venezuelan leadership? That would be good if we can start to crack that and start to open up some sort of fissure in this leadership group that's running Venezuela illegally right now. So I think we can watch for that over the next few days.
And actually, would you be able to go a little bit more in depth on that? Because I hadn't even really thought about that. And that's something that hasn't been mentioned, is that it sounds like there are some insiders there in Venezuela that are helping the U.S. And I would imagine that's got to be pretty standard. We know, for instance, you and I discuss Israel a lot and the situation going on there. We know there were people, for instance, the pagers that blew up with Hezbollah. There was somebody inside to help make all of that happen. So you have to imagine that there's some people there in Venezuela who want to help out the U.S. with all of this.
Yeah, there are dissatisfied people within Venezuela. And that's what we try to look for, is look at that and see if we can gain some access to those individuals, you know, who want to help their country, and they do help their country by helping us. So we get that information, we get that access to them. And that I talked earlier about developing a pattern of life, Maduro's pattern of life, what his daily schedule was, you know, what bedroom he's in, where he eats dinner, and all those finite details. So we can work on that, get that inside access to information. Now, those people are taking a great risk, you know, because if they're discovered, and then in a regime like Maduro's, they're all the time purging people they feel disloyal, whether they're right or not. You know, so they'll go in and purge them. So somebody took significant risk to support the United States internally. I think that speaks a lot to Maduro's unpopularity with the general population, but also let's look at how we can develop this source and then move forward on some of the, actually, when I talked actions on the objective earlier, we were talking about, okay, where are we going to move? How's he going to be? Where's he going to be? What's the security outside his bedroom? You know, he had a lot of Cuban support inside Venezuela. His closest ally is Cuba. And a lot of reports said that Cuban guards were actually his closest guards. So you're looking at getting some finite information from these sources, and something that we will use to kind of work in the final bits of the actions, as I said, actions on the objective.
All right, Mark Chandler, thank you so much for taking the time, as always, to be here with us and helping to break it all down. We definitely appreciate it.
Josh, you're quite welcome, and good luck covering this situation today. It's going to keep evolving.
Oh, for sure. Thank you again.
Thank you.
And you are taking a live look here in Mar-a-Lago once again. We did get a 5-minute warning, so probably closer to about 4 minutes now before these remarks do begin. So looks like they're running just a little bit behind, but by 11:11, 11:12, somewhere around there, we should have President Trump. And as I mentioned, we are going to bring this to you in full. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. And you can watch it commercial free. We also know that Secretary of War Pete Hegseth will be a part of this news conference as well. What I want to do is pull up this image right here. Now, we do have this statement that came in from the defense minister. This was over in Venezuela, where Mark and I were kind of just discussing this, but he said the Venezuelan people have been victims of the most criminal military aggression by the United States. The barbarity of the invading forces has desecrated our sacred soil, even striking civilian urban areas with missiles and rockets fired from combat helicopters. We are currently gathering information on the injured and dead, so seemingly confirming that some people were injured and dead as a result of the U.S. strikes there on Venezuela. They did say, we fully support the decree declaring a state of external emergency across the entire national territory. And as a result, the men and women of the armed forces are carrying out the instructions of President Nicolás Maduro, deploying all of our capabilities. We will win. Long live the homeland. And of course, likely that we will see President Trump specifically address that as he does take to the podium here in a second. Now, we also heard from Vice President J.D. Vance, who said the president offered multiple off-ramps, but was very clear throughout this process that drug trafficking must stop and the stolen oil must be returned to the United States. Maduro is the newest person to find out that President Trump means what he says Kudos to our brave special operators who pulled off a truly impressive operation. He went on to say, and PSA for everyone saying this was illegal, Maduro has multiple indictments in the United States for narco-terrorism. You don't get to avoid justice for drug trafficking in the United States because you live in a palace in Caracas. Again, we're monitoring the feeds right here, and we are awaiting those comments from President Donald Trump that should be getting underway here in a matter of moments, and we're going to bring them to you in full. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. And as we are just past the top of the hour here, it is right now 11:10 on the East Coast and 8:10 on the West Coast. It is Saturday, January 3rd. My name is Josh Breslow, and we are going to continue to bring you coverage throughout the day as we get much more information on the detainment, so to speak, of Nicolás Maduro, the leader there in Venezuela, as well as his wife, both of whom were detained there by U.S. officials overnight, really just hours ago, as there were large-scale strikes that were conducted by the U.S. And what you're probably seeing is I keep looking down, and I did want to point out that the reason for that is we are keeping an eye on the different feeds coming in, and I'm trying to make sure that the second that we see President Trump walk in, we are able to bring that to you in full. Again, this is a live look at the stage as we learn the latest on all of this. So if you are just joining us, we did learn some information from President Trump as he spoke with Fox News a bit earlier on this morning. President Trump revealing that the U.S. did launch those strikes in Venezuela and captured Nicolás Maduro and his wife. This all happening amid Trump's war on the drug cartels, which has seen strikes on suspected drug-carrying vessels off the coast of Venezuela. Now, President Trump saying that Maduro and his wife, who have both been indicted in the U.S., are en route to New York to face prosecution. The indictment itself, about 25 pages in length, we were looking through it, and essentially it accuses Maduro of leading a, quote, corrupt, illegitimate government that for decades has leveraged government power to protect and promote illegal activity, including drug trafficking. It alleges that the drug trafficking efforts, quote, enriched and entrenched Venezuela's political and military elite. U.S. authorities allege that Maduro partnered with, quote, some of the most violent and prolific drug traffickers and narco-terrorists in the world to bring tons of cocaine into the U.S., again, according to the documents that we were able to get our hands on here. Authorities estimate that as much as 250 tons of cocaine were trafficked through Venezuela by 2020. The drugs were moved on go-fast vessels, fishing boats, and container ships or via planes from clandestine airstrips. Again, we are following all of the details. We did hear from President Trump a bit earlier, who said that Maduro and his wife are en route via U.S. ship over to the U.S., specifically to New York, where they have been indicted. We are also waiting to see if we do get live images of their arrival. There have been some images that are circulating online showing the detainment of Maduro and his wife. We have not been able to independently confirm that those are accurate photos and not artificial intelligence generated. Once we do confirm, though, we will make sure to show you those images here as soon as we get them on Live Now from Fox. We also have a different angle here that shows just how many reporters are out here getting ready to go. This should begin momentarily, as we did get that 5-minute warning just about 6 minutes ago, meaning we can see where President Trump is going to enter into the room, that door that's open right there at Mar-a-Lago. And if you are just joining us, do want to let you know that he has been at Mar-a-Lago for the Christmas and New Year's holiday with his family there celebrating. So he is holding this news conference from Mar-a-Lago, which is where he watched this operation, he says, unfold here. So he's expected to talk about that. We know that Secretary of War Pete Hegseth will also be there to make comments. There are a lot of media members, so you have to imagine that President Trump will likely take some questions from reporters. That is normally what happens in a situation like this. The president is normally very vocal and takes a lot of questions, so we expect that will be the case, as there are so many questions that are left unanswered at this point. We are still awaiting the arrival of President Trump. He's, of course, there at Mar-a-Lago, but should be walking through the door any second now. And just wanted to lift up the audio really briefly to see if we could potentially hear any of the chatter there in the background. And at this point, not really hearing much of anything other than folks just kind of texting on their phones, trying to get all the information out there that they know so far. President Trump speaking with Fox News a bit earlier, as I mentioned, providing just a little bit more information. But we expect that we will get a lot more coming up as we also hear from Secretary Hegseth in just a matter of moments. This was slated to start around 11 a.m. Eastern time, but it's running just a few minutes behind. Right now, it's 11:15 Eastern, and we also know that we got that 5-minute warning maybe about 7-8 minutes ago, which means this should begin momentarily. And the reason I'm showing you this angle right now, we're going to go back to the head-on angle in a second, but the reason we are showing this is because you'll actually see as President Trump does enter. And I'm combing through that indictment, as I mentioned a bit earlier, just looking for any other tidbits of information. As I mentioned here, it is about 25 pages in length. You can see it right here on your screen as we take a live look. We're kind of looking through the different pages to see what other information is listed about the charges against Nicolás Maduro, but also against his wife. Both of them currently, according to officials, are en route to New York via U.S. ship. We are waiting to see, as we should potentially get some live images of them. Now, it is also important to note that cameras are not allowed inside a federal court, so we likely won't be able to get live images as they do face a judge, so to speak, potentially later on today. All of that kind of still in flux as we wait to get more details on that. But if we get any sort of live images, as you can imagine, you're going to see them right here on Live Now from Fox.
Soft, 2 minutes.
All right, you heard someone there say in the background they're thinking about 2 minutes, so it looks as though that's maybe an official 2-minute warning coming in. You can see they are zooming in on the door that President Trump should be walking out of. Also, you'll notice there on the left-hand side of your screen, that is Fox's Lucas Tomlinson in the background. He joins us pretty frequently to break down all the latest developments on situations just like this one. We're, of course, going to try to get him on later on today to break down everything he learns from President Trump, what we know, what's still left to figure out. But this news conference set to begin here. It was slated for 11 a.m. Eastern time. We know these things don't always start on time, so it looks like we may be getting that 2-minute warning, which would indicate that it starts sometime around 11:19, 11:20 a.m. Eastern time. Have not actually seen the White House feed itself start yet. Normally, that's another indicator that this is about to begin. However, that has not happened yet. Again, though, we heard somebody in the background say they believe this was the 2-minute warning. Looks like folks are ushering somebody in, so I do want to pay attention to see if that is the president. All right, looks like they were maybe trying to get another reporter or photographer in there. You can see they're pretty jam-packed together. Now, if you're not familiar with everything that did play out this morning, we know that President Trump did confirm that Venezuelan leader Nicolás Maduro and his wife were captured by the U.S. hours ago, and they're aboard a U.S. warship headed over to New York City, where they are going to face prosecution here. Just hours ago, Trump confirmed on Truth Social that the U.S. conducted this quote-unquote large-scale strike on Venezuela, capturing Maduro and his wife, Cilia Flores. In an interview with Fox News that we played for you here just a bit ago, Trump explained that Secretary of War Pete Hegseth would be at this news conference to talk about the operation and exactly how it played out. In that interview, we did hear from Trump. He said, quote, U.S. forces practiced by building an exact replica of the house where Maduro and his wife were captured. So they did practice the operation. And we also know that it was delayed by 4 days due to weather. So it was slated to happen just about 4 days ago. So back in 2025 in the end of December. However, instead, it was conducted here. The president also explained that he spoke to Nicolás Maduro about a week ago and told him to surrender, but that he did refuse. Attorney General Pam Bondi did reveal earlier on this morning as well that Maduro and his wife were indicted in the Southern District of New York. Maduro, she says, has been charged with several different counts, including narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the U.S. Bondi added, quote, they will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in, quote unquote, American courts. We are still awaiting the arrival of President Trump. He is there at Mar-a-Lago, but is likely making those final preparations before he does enter into the area. Now, Lucas Tomlinson has been tweeting, as I mentioned. He's been posting on X and said, quote, Trump told Fox and Friends the operation to capture Maduro was delayed. Quote, we were going to do this 4 days ago, but the weather was not perfect. Again, I'm showing you this head-on shot because we should see the president pop in just a second, and we want to make sure that we have that for you in full the second it does begin. What I want to do, if possible, is go through some of the posts here that we are seeing from different officials who are reacting here, including folks with the Trump administration, but also others as well. We're hearing from Congressman Dan Goldman, and I do want to mention we're going to read you posts that are coming from both sides of the aisle here, Republican and Democrat. Dan Goldman saying Trump's unilateral operation last night was an illegal act of war without Congress's authorization. Maduro is a brutal dictator who has oppressed the Venezuelan people, but our Constitution does not yield for bad people. If Congress is to survive as an institution, the Republican majority must join us, exercising our power to hold this administration accountable for this flagrant violation of the Constitution. As of right now, a lot of the posts we're seeing, as you can imagine, are Republicans who are praising this and Democrats who are against it, saying that it was an illegal act of war. And many of them saying, as you heard Mark Chandler say a short time ago, that essentially they believe that they should have been notified prior to this. But Mark making the point, as well as Wiz, who we had earlier, that they didn't want to reveal anything. They didn't want any kind of potential leak, and they were able to avoid that, as this here was a surprise to so many people when they woke up. Rick Scott, a Republican there in Florida, senator, saying Maduro was never the president of Venezuela. He's a thug and narco-terrorist whose regime enacted terror on the people of Venezuela and sent drugs into our country to kill our kids and grandkids. Today, I'm grateful that thanks to President Trump's leadership and our brave military, he will be held accountable. And we're not showing these to you on the screen. I'm just reading them because I want to leave up the shot so we can see when President Trump does walk in. And as we continue to go through these here, Senator Ruben Gallego saying there is no justification for the United States to be at war with Venezuela. I lived through the consequences of an illegal war sold to the American people with lies. We swore we would never repeat those mistakes. Yet here we are again. The American people did not ask for this. Congress did not authorize this, and our service members should not be sent into harm's way for another unnecessary conflict. As I mentioned, a lot of Democrats coming out against this and Republicans praising it. We are going to have those lawmakers on throughout the day to share their thoughts, their views, as it does appear that those lawmakers should actually be getting a briefing at some point in the coming days to update them on all of this, including exactly how it did play out. This one is coming in from leader John Thune, who says for years, Nicolás Maduro, the cartel he leads, and other cartels in Latin America have trafficked drugs into the United States, which have killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. President Trump's decisive action to disrupt the unacceptable status quo and apprehend Maduro through the execution of a valid Department of Justice warrant is an important first step to bring him to justice for the drug crimes for which he has been indicted in the United States. I am grateful for the brave men and women of our armed forces who carried out this necessary action. I spoke to Secretary Rubio early this morning, and I look forward to receiving further briefings from the administration on this operation as part of its comprehensive counter-narcotics strategy when the Senate returns to Washington next week. I can imagine a lot of these briefings, though, would be behind closed doors. We're not going to be able to actually get inside there. Now, potentially we will get remarks, though. Sometimes lawmakers will go into these meetings, they'll walk out, and they'll come up to our roving camera to make some comments there. Thomas Massie, also a Republican who has been very critical of President Trump, saying if this action were constitutionally sound, the Attorney General wouldn't be tweeting that they've arrested the president of a sovereign country and his wife for possessing guns in violation of a 1934 U.S. firearm law. Again, Thomas Massie has been very critical of President Trump in the past, and that is a post that is just coming in here as we do wait for President Trump to make those remarks in just a matter of moments. This is running just a little bit behind as he was slated to speak at 11 a.m. Eastern time. It is now 11:25, and we have received several different 2-minute warnings, 5-minute warnings. However, as you can see, the president has not walked in just yet. That's why I'm reading some of these posts here to give you that reaction and updating you on the latest information. And of course, there are people asking Fox right now if there has been any kind of update on the timing. We know that President Trump and Secretary Hegseth are probably talking right now, providing the latest briefing to each other, the latest information with the Trump administration, so they can be kind of up to date on all of this when they do speak to the media in just a matter of moments. And more importantly than the media, speaking to the nation as a whole. And of course, as you can hear there, we're kind of listening into some of the chatter. Folks have received the 2-minute warning, the 5-minute warning. However, this has not started just yet. I'm sure everyone there who's involved wants to make sure that they do have the most up-to-date information before they do provide it to the media. And as I said, more importantly than providing it to the media is providing it to the American people who are watching this in very large numbers. And if you're choosing to watch it with us here on Live Now from Fox, thank you so much for doing that. We're going to continue to cover this all throughout the day and bring you the very latest information as we get it. These comments from President Trump are going to be in full. We're also going to have Secretary Hegseth, and we may potentially get even more news conferences as the day does progress. We'll, of course, bring those to you as they do come into our newsroom. Just pull the True Social side up and show that. Okay, and my producer, Ryan here, just saying that there is a photo that it looks like we have via Truth Social that does actually show Maduro in custody, and this would be the first of the photos released. She's working to pull it up for me right now so we can show it to you at home as we await President Trump making his remarks. And of course, we're doing this all kind of on the fly here. So what I want to do is kind of pop this up on your screen in full. Again, the second that we see Trump walk up, you will not miss any of that here. But this is actually a post coming in from Truth Social. Big thank you to Ryan, producer here at Live Now from Fox. And you can see that photo. Looks like Nicolás Maduro's eyes are covered here. He has a bottle of water in his hand, and it says Nicolás Maduro on board the USS warship there that is bringing him over to New York. We know that's where he's indicted, so we definitely wanted to bring this post to you here on Live Now from Fox. A big thank you to our producer, Ryan, who was able to find that and pull it in. But again, that is the first of the images that we have seen of Maduro in custody just coming in as he and his wife are traveling right now by boat over to New York, where they face that indictment. We have not received an update just yet on the
on Venezuela. He says we don't have enough money for health care for Americans, but somehow we have unlimited funds for war.
That they are about to start any moment now. However, as you can see, if you're watching us here, it has not started just yet. A live look there at the podium once again with the presidential seal as we await this beginning anytime soon here. The second it does begin, I promise you will not miss any of this here on Live Now from Fox as soon as President Trump does start speaking in just a matter of moments. And it does look like President Trump did release that image that I told you about of Maduro and showed you, but also video of the strikes themselves that he posted moments ago on Truth Social. We've seen a lot of the different videos, kind of short clips that have come in, but he did also release video that shows the explosions here. I'm going to work to pull that up for you here on your screen as well as we do await the comments from President Trump and Secretary Hegseth. And unfortunately, not able to pull that up just yet. But as I mentioned, our producer Ryan is working on that. So we're going to show it to you as soon as we get it. But it just provides a little bit more context on all of this. And if you are just joining us, we are just past the half-hour mark. It is 11:31 on the East Coast and 8:31 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and we've been here all throughout the morning with the help of my colleague, Christy Matino, and our wonderful producers here, Markima and Ryan, who have been basically gathering all of the information as well so we can bring it to you first here on Live Now. As we await the comments from President Trump, which should be taking place here in just a matter of moments, you can see the podium has been set up. This was slated for 11 a.m. Eastern time, and right now we are about 32 minutes after that. We did at one point receive a 5-minute warning, and then a bit later on we received a 2-minute warning. Not sure of the reasoning behind the delay, but we are still awaiting this. And as I pop this up on your screen, you can see the reporters who are in the room there in Mar-a-Lago, including Lucas Tomlinson with Fox News, who is kind of there in the background. He's posting all over Twitter or X, depending what you call it. So you can actually check out his posts as well, and we're bringing those to you as soon as he provides that information. Now, I also do want to go through some of the other posts that are coming in from different lawmakers as they react. We're talking both Republicans and Democrats. And of course, as I mentioned, Republicans are essentially praising this while Democrats seem to be against it. The only Republican that we have seen so far come out against it is Thomas Massie, who has been a big critic of President Trump over the last several months and really several years. Lindsey Graham, senator, of course, from South Carolina, saying, to the pathetically weak and hand-wringing liberal Democrats who seem to be okay with a perpetual drug caliphate in our backyard, the centerpiece of which is Venezuela, get a grip. If you can't celebrate the fact that our military, under President Trump's command, bravely captured and brought to justice an evil, corrupt narco-terrorist dictator with American blood on his hands, then your hatred of President Trump denies you the ability to celebrate making America safer and creating a path for liberating the highly oppressed people of Venezuela. Let it be known that when the modern Democrat Party is in charge, they could care less about protecting your money from fraudulent enterprises, and when it comes to confronting evil, focuses on absurd, quote, legal theories and is virtually AWOL for the cause of freedom. Disgusting. We're likely going to be getting all kinds of reaction coming in from different lawmakers. We're going to have that for you here on Live Now from Fox as soon as it comes in. Again, if you are just joining us, we are taking a live look over Mar-a-Lago at this hour. You can see members of the media are there. They are lined up and ready to go. We should be getting another warning coming up soon that provides maybe just a little bit more information about the latest timing for this news conference, slated for 11:30 a.m. And essentially, we're still waiting on that to begin. It's about 34 minutes behind. And we know that Secretary of War Pete Hegseth will also be there, likely that they are doing kind of a final briefing, an update here for all of the folks that will be involved in this effort here. And really briefly, I know I don't really want to go away from this shot because I want to make sure that we keep it up so we see as President Trump does enter into the room. We do have this live image that is over, looks like it's in the area of Venezuela, where you can see what looks to be a heavy military presence at this hour. We're getting a lot of these live images, and we've also seen a lot of folks who have essentially been gathering in large groups. We're talking tens, hundreds, thousands of people who are all over the place as they are essentially gathering, trying to figure out what's going on. Earlier, it appeared that many of them were supporters of Maduro. However, what we've heard now is that a lot of those people who were there were just essentially trying to figure out what was going on. They heard that this situation, had unfolded, but weren't sure on the details. So that's why they gathered in the streets so they could speak to people. Some of them were holding signs, though, in support of Maduro. Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, a Democrat, saying Trump promised no, quote, new stupid wars, yet he's starting one with Venezuela without congressional approval. People can't afford groceries and millions are losing health care, but this is where his focus is. This is unconstitutional and not what the American people asked for, end quote. Republicans showing the praise for this and Democrats continuing overall to show their opposition to it. We will have several of those lawmakers on throughout the day and be in touch with them so we can bring you all of the latest information. And of course, we're keeping an eye on different developments in the situation here, things that President Trump has and has not said just yet. As I mentioned, the president did post a photo on social media showing Maduro wearing a sweatsuit and a blindfold with the caption here. It does say Nicolás Maduro on board that warship. Going to pop it up for you right here on your screen. That is the first photo that has been released by U.S. officials showing Maduro in custody as he is on that U.S. warship headed for New York, where he has been indicted. He and his wife both indicted and expected to face some serious charges there. Not quite clear if we are going to get any sort of live images from inside the courtroom when they arrive, or even images that show their arrival. However, anything we get, we're going to bring to you live, uninterrupted, on Live Now from Fox. That is what we do. President Trump telling Fox News a bit earlier on today that he actually spoke to Maduro several times, including most recently about a week ago. Maduro denied that in an interview on New Year's Eve, saying he had only spoken to Trump in November. But President Trump did say that he spoke with Maduro about a week ago, and Maduro said he was not going to surrender. So the next step, of course, was to go in and seize Maduro and his wife, taking them into custody and bringing them back to the U.S. to face the charges. We also saw some video of smoke rising from the military base there in Venezuela's capital of Caracas earlier on this morning, and it was one of a number of sites that were hit by those American strikes overnight. Again, I keep saying it, but this all happening just hours ago there. There were bombed buses with shattered windows. There was shrapnel seen next to some charred armored vehicles there, sending up a plume of smoke. There was some fallen street lights, chunks of nearby trees littering the streets, while hefty metal fences and signs were bent at sharp angles following the blast. We also have heard from President Trump as he spoke with Fox News. He did mention here that essentially there were some injured folks out there, U.S. Military personnel, who were injured in the attack. We see President Trump. Let's lift up the audio.
Okay, thank you very much. This is big stuff. And we appreciate you being here. Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolás Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer, all perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York, it's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in a ready, what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far, with capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have, and you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious, because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship they'll be heading to, ultimately, New York. And then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over in particular the United States, Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide. And he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people if they called police. They were brutal. But they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly. And now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat. But we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average, 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're going, they're walking their daughters. They're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. It's been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana. And we have done that. And it was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing, and we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster, and the mayor was a disaster. But it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there. When they need us, we'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people, and now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst. They say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungary. What happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons, a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States, but no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and stole American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal. But we've superseded it by a lot. By a real lot. They now call it the Monroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone, and Venezuela people are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation. This morning, it's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's a fantastic man. I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, can you explain how the U.S. will run Venezuela?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve. And as the President said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men. And I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve, the most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolás Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around, and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us. And deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026. And under President Trump, America is back. I'd like to welcome now our chairman, Chairman Raisin Kane, to give a few more details about the operation. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolás and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists. And we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets. In early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel so, as the president said, they could be brought to justice. And as the president said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the president to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings. But when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49. And there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit but remained flyable, and as the president said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolás Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million. And
make sure.
Yeah, exactly. But
don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolás Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when he tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to take. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it. There's a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy. But instead, he wanted to play big boy. And so now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody. But don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that, I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Is that a message for Cuba? Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
You said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. So who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but that's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr. President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, they always say boots on the ground. So we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it, but we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. They stole our oil. We built that whole industry there. And they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Will you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
Yes, it's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
That would run Venezuela?
Well, it's largely going to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track. make a lot of money for the people and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Rubio would be...
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
Well,
going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He's just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, you said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is about that.
Well, he has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And, yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Mr. President, did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved in it.
Sure. We called members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
Plus, if I could add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, We had a lot of ships out there. They sort of knew we were coming. We went through. But Congress will leak, and we don't want leakers.
Mr. President, you were one of the only people to watch this all play out live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. The safe place is all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. And there was a lot of opposition. People were wondering, do we get them by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they were waiting for something. It was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to his safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it. Go ahead, finish.
Where is Maduro going to be in the time being right now? Do you know his exact whereabouts?
Well, eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York? Do you know?
That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards.
Not with
Did
me,
that weigh on your decision?
Well, that's when we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So, with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you? How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want the Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. We're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's blow-up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. Can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country. Yeah.
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and...
Mr. President,
China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when it comes to the oil and the drugs?
And Russia, well, Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to give it to them. In other words, we'll be selling oil probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
Are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that? Oh,
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country. And they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, the 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was in terms. I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military troops to provide?
Team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro. And right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, you know, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States, and frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
Protect Americans in the country, and were any of the detained Americans?
Well, right now they're very protected because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago. Okay, wait, behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it. Yes, sir. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, is there a message here for Cuba and Diaz-Canel?
Well, Cuba is an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system has not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. And we want to help the people of it's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Well, I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about, when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. Suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, they were, all of the guards that helped protect Maduro, this is well known, their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems the Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba that tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit.
Cutting off the oil flow to Cuba from Venezuela?
Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned, it's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's a pre-existing.
Mr. President?
The answer is yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Mr. President,
Do you have any hesitations about Machado?
Mr. President, on Monday.
I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to be the leader.
Mr. President, is it possible that the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years?
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial, so it's not going to cost us anything. We will. Well, we want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That's what was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries, and we also have to have energy. Very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look. It was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Mr. President,
Who's going to send in U.S. military?
Mr. President, thank you. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is the U.S.
Well, I don't want to get into the
Venezuela?
conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said, you got to surrender. And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did, yeah.
You said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras, who was convicted on many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are different?
Well,
would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
You referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that country?
No, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you have one? Yes, please. You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Unless
President.
it's a bad question, in which case
Putin.
I'll go one word. It's about who?
It's about Putin, if you want.
About Putin? Well, that's
Okay.
always nice
You had
to
a
talk
phone-
about Putin.
You had a phone call with him on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't.
And
We
then-
never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this
I'm not
intelligence.
thrilled with Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin. He's killing too many people.
There was that
I
intelligence.
thought that would be so. I settled 8 1/4 war. You know what the 1 quarter was? Thailand and Cambodia. I did it again. They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it. I'm giving myself 1 quarter, so I'm up to now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to go back to peace, so I only give 1 quarter. I thought the easiest one would be, one of the easier ones would be Russia, Ukraine. It's not, and they both have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the lives. Did you see where last month, 30,000, it was 27,000 the month before. 30,000, mostly soldiers, were killed this last month. 30,000. I want to stop that. You know, I got NATO to pay 5% instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2, now they pay 5. And we send them a lot of munitions. We send them a lot of things, missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25, 30,000 human beings that come from 2 places that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But if I can stop that war and stop 30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities throughout, you know, a much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be something that would get solved. We have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it. Everybody says it. If I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this. I watched an operation last night that was so precise, that was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general, and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long, that I can tell you. That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath, and we want it to get stopped. Thank you very much.
Are you concerned a rogue Venezuelan general can take over the country?
Can you talk about your conversation with the Vice President?
All right, there you have it. President Trump, along with other members of his administration. We did hear from Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Raisin-Kane, as well as Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, all providing information there about how everything did play out. If you are just joining us here, my name is Josh Breslow. It is 12:37 on the East Coast and 9:37 on the West Coast. I do want to get to the latest on all of this here as we take a look at this photo that was released by President Trump, and that does show Nicolás Maduro in custody. Now, President Trump says the U.S. is, quote, going to run Venezuela until the transition of power after the capture of the country's leader, Maduro, and his wife. The couple Trump did reveal were aboard a U.S. warship being transported to New York, where they've been indicted. Now, as I mentioned, Trump released this photo showing Maduro with his eyes covered on board the warship headed toward New York. During remarks at Mar-a-Lago, which you just watched, the president explained that no Americans were killed in the attack. And on those in Venezuela, he explained, quote, the people are free, and, quote, it's a prouder nation. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth adding, quote, welcome to 2026 and America is back. Earlier today, President Trump did confirm on Truth Social that the U.S. conducted that large-scale strike on Venezuela, capturing Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores. Trump explained the operation was delayed by 4 days due to weather and that he spoke with Maduro a week earlier and Maduro refused to surrender. You heard Trump say at the end that he thought Maduro might surrender at the end. However, that did not happen. And he also revealed that U.S. forces, quote, practiced by building an exact replica of the house where Maduro and his wife were captured. Again, a lot to this here, so I do want to bring in a friend of the show here, Michael Zanto, foreign policy expert, to help discuss all of it. Michael, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
You're very welcome.
All right, so first off, the big question that I do want to ask you here is, overall, what stood out to you about what you heard from President Trump as well as other members of his administration there?
Well, General Kane basically did a good job of really illustrating what an incredibly excellent job the whole U.S. military did in carrying out this operation. And this operation was a major blow against dictatorship, for freedom of democracy. I think that Secretary Marco Rubio also explained things very well. I think this is a big victory for the Trump administration by having the guts, frankly, to carry it out for sure. It's a victory for the United States of America. Unfortunately, I think that President Trump's message could have been much better. His focus on oil is excessive. And keep in mind that America's enemies always falsely claim that we're in it for the oil. And sometimes President Trump kind of says that. Now, oil is important. We can't ignore it. But I do think that the president's message could have been more refined. And really, the overall storyline for decades is democracy versus dictatorship. And Maduro, of course, was aligned, unfortunately, with our adversaries, Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran. So this was very important for national security as well.
One thing that stood out to me that we heard from President Trump was, because we've heard from folks on the left, they have said essentially that they were not notified of this ahead of time. They wanted to be notified of it. President Trump did address that in a question and said Congress leaks. And of course, they wanted to prevent any sort of leaks. That was his explanation for that. What do you make of that? Because obviously a leak itself could have caused some big issues. There wouldn't have necessarily been the surprise if there had been any kind of leak.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. There are mechanisms to prevent that. You know, there are highly secure sites that senators and some key representatives have. We could look at, the Democrats and Republicans involved. It's been done before with Operation to Kill bin Laden, for example. The Congress was very much involved. I think it was months before, with the actual training where they created a replica of the bin Laden home. Once the CIA kind of narrowed on that house and began to suspect that it was probably bin Laden living there. There are ways. And it is unfortunate and disconcerting that the Trump administration earlier in this term has sometimes not been so concerned with legality, checks and balances, and normal restraints of military power, kind of making moves of using the military in American cities in a way we've never seen before, which is disconcerting when there really wasn't any major thankful riots or something that might actually justify or require it. So there are legitimate concerns about the way the Trump administration uses the military. But perhaps they couldn't have consulted Congress. I think that's reasonable to consider that possibility.
What do we need to be watching for, based in your expertise and opinion here? What should we be watching for in the coming hours, days, and maybe even months here?
I think that the Trump administration ideally needs to prioritize a little bit the restoration of democracy. This was one of the high notes of our invasion of Panama to get the fugitive Noriega that sets kind of a precedent. If we try to make a deal with another dictator, which perhaps the current vice president appointed by Maduro sort of is, we could be moving in a negative direction. Still, by exerting control, we could revive the oil industry, which weakens our adversaries, Russia and Iran, and helps the American public as well, cheaper gas prices. But it undermines our legitimacy. And it has been strongly the U.S. position since the end of World War II, and has served us incredibly well, that we support democracy and freedom. And when we support democracy and freedom historically, we're at our best and we tend to be our strongest. Today, our military showed how we still have by far the best military in the world, but I think we'll do well in the long run by doing good, which is doing our best to restore democracy and freedom to Venezuela, rather than trying to cut a deal with a dictator for short-term reasons.
Taking a look at this photo here before I let you go, did want to ask what stands out to you about this photo of Maduro that was released by President Trump there on Truth Social?
Well, I think I see handcuffs, if I'm correct, because I'm looking at it from my laptop right now.
It looks like it, yeah.
I think that generally what we're seeing with this operation, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio emphasized it, and so the general is that this is a Justice Department-led operation. They had an indictment from a U.S. court. He's going to be tried in a U.S. court, Southern District of New York, as they pointed out. So that there is a legal basis. He's a criminal. He was a fugitive. Thug is a good word, even though not a technical word. Very, very good word. So it shows the power of American justice. In fact, it was a Secretary of State from a different party, Madeleine Albright, that decades ago, after the terrorist attack against our naval ship USS Cole before 9/11, said that something to the fact that the arms of American justice is very long, and this is about justice. And when we can, and we, do a trial and allow the person their defense and bring them before a court, American court, or another court that has jurisdiction, that is the greatest thing we can do to serve justice throughout the world.
All right. Michael, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and discuss all of this, to break it down. Anything that we missed, anything you want to make sure to mention here before I let you go?
I will highlight what Marco Rubio also highlighted. This is a blow against the Cuban government. So, and as others today have pointed out, as well as myself, this is a blow against Russia, China, and Iran. And let us hope, I personally hope the Trump administration uses a similar approach as President Trump has suggested he would, and put us on the side of the Iranian people against the murderous, brutal dictators in Tehran. We could see freedom in Venezuela. We could see freedom in Iran. And we could even see freedom finally in Cuba. This could be a major blow against dictatorship. I just think we need to remember the overall plot of decades. It's about democracy against dictatorship. And we cannot forget who we are as Americans. As Americans in the United States, we are about freedom and democracy. And if we ever forget that, we lose track of who we are, and we're far weaker as a result.
All right. Michael Zanto, foreign policy expert, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Have a great day.
You too. And of course, we continue to follow everything related to all of this. We heard from President Trump just a short time ago speaking there alongside his administration and taking questions. That went for just about an hour there. And one thing I do want to show you, this photo once again that we have been popping up that's been coming in from President Trump on Truth Social. Other administrators have been sharing it as well. It is actually the first official photo that has been released. Now, there was another photo that was circulating all over social media. However, it appears, according to officials, that that was actually made with artificial intelligence. So if you did happen to see that one, that is not a legitimate post, again, according to the officials with the Trump administration. So just keep that in mind, as there were several images that were floating around social media. Right now, I do want to pop this up on your screen right here. As you can see, this is one of many images that we do have coming into our newsroom as folks are gathering together in very large numbers. Now, some of these are supporters of Nicolás Maduro. Others are folks who are just gathering to kind of get the latest information and find out exactly what's going on and how all of this did play out. I do want to lift up the audio here for just a second so we can listen in. And of course, you're getting a lot of different live images that are coming in from all over the world where folks are gathered related to this. And this does appear that this is actually over in Spain. Again, this is in Madrid, and you can see the large crowds. We're talking thousands upon thousands of people gathered, some Maduro supporters and some who are just trying to figure out how this played out and exactly what happened. Now, I do want to continue our discussion here as we work to gather all of the latest details and piece all of this together. Again, we did get a lot of information from President Trump as well as Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Rubio, and General Kane. I want to bring in Osama Khalil, historian of U.S. foreign relations and international relations at Syracuse University, to discuss it all. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Happy to be here.
And I've seen a lot of people who have been reacting to the comments made by President Trump and his administration about exactly how all of this played out. I wanted to ask, what has stood out to you the most about everything that we've seen?
Well, I think, one, President Trump's claim that the United States is not going to run Venezuela is really extraordinary. This is really not what anybody voted for in the last election, certainly not those who were advocating an America First approach. And it's difficult to square that with the real needs that Americans have on a daily basis. What is going to happen now? It takes me back to Colin Powell in the invasion of Iraq, who warned about the Pottery Barn rules. You know, if you break it, you own it. Well, according to President Trump, the United States now owns Venezuela. And so this is going to be a very difficult case here. Should there actually be a backlash? Should there be instability? It's important for, I think, the viewers to understand there are already 8 million or nearly 8 million Venezuelan refugees because of the over a decade and a half of U.S. sanctions on Venezuela and the very difficult situation inside the country. On top of it, some of the other issues around Maduro's rule. But this is a very difficult time now. And it's going to be very hard to see how this squares with an America First agenda and how the United States is going to be able to, quote unquote, run Venezuela and what that actually means.
And that was going to be one of my questions, because he did say that and he highlighted it, people asking if that means boots on the ground. And he essentially said, we're not afraid of boots on the ground. Also said a bigger strike was planned for, and that could still happen, but said it seems like it's not necessarily needed at this point, but that they are prepared. When you talk about a strike like this on Venezuela, does it lead to questions about whether or not we could see U.S. strikes or U.S. intervention, I would say, in other countries worldwide?
Well, I think, sadly, one of the things that we need to think about is that Venezuela now adds into the long list of wars the United States is already fighting and has been active in, mostly in the Middle East. Okay, so you can add here Yemen, Gaza, Libya, and Iraq, Syria, over and over again. And then, of course, Iran just from this past summer. So we've had already at least a half dozen countries in which the United States has been actively bombing. You can add Somalia into that as well. The United States has been active in bombing Somalia. And now you're adding in Venezuela. And at some point, President Trump campaigned on being the peace president. He campaigned on an end to forever wars. And instead now, what we've seen is we've added in a campaign that no one asked for. Not a single voter was calling for the overthrow of a government in Venezuela or another war for oil. And that's particularly, if you think about President Trump's comments, not just is the United States going to run it, but our American oil companies will now go in and extract the oil out of Venezuela. All this could have been done through a negotiated arrangement. None of this needed to be through military action. And I think it's important for your viewers to remember, we as Americans were promised a swift victory in Iraq and access to Iraqi oil. 20 plus years later, that has still not happened. We were promised this in Libya. And in Libya instead, so you can capture Saddam Hussein, execute him, you can kill Muammar Gaddafi, and then you have the chaos that ensues afterward. And so here we are 2 decades after Iraq. It's still not a fully functional government. Libya is in catastrophic shape. And in which we're not seeing the oil industry has been ever back up to its pre-intervention. And now we're looking at Venezuela in our own hemisphere, on top of the fact that you already have 8 million refugees from Venezuela pre-strike. So I think this is a very troubling action by the Trump administration. Again, I can't reiterate enough, with all of the problems the United States is having domestically, in particular with the economy, how this is going to benefit us and the continued reliance on military force when diplomacy is not even tried is really something that Americans have to take a long, deep pause and ask themselves, is this what we voted for? Is this what we wanted?
What about potential leaks? That was something that President Trump talked about as well, because there has been, as I've mentioned throughout the day, questions about why Congress maybe wasn't notified of this ahead of time. We've heard many Democrats who have said we should have been notified. Republicans, of course, praising the action here by President Trump in Venezuela. So a leak. How could that have kind of impacted all of this here if there had been a leak ahead of this? Because it does sound as though this was a complete surprise to Maduro, his wife, and maybe the people of Venezuela.
Well, sure. I mean, it was a surprise, but it shouldn't have been, right? We've had a month-long buildup. We've had airstrikes against boats that the Trump administration has claimed was funneling drugs into the United States, even though the boats had no capacity. So there's a question of legality here, right? And of course, did the Trump administration coordinate with the key leadership in the House and the Senate? It doesn't appear that they did. And so, of course, you have Democrats who are coming out and criticizing the administration. They're not alone. Representative Massey is also a Republican, is also criticizing the administration. And I think rightfully so. Again, there's the question of legality. There's international law. And instead of the United States going through the UN, right, what we're seeing is kind of a reversion back to what we saw when President George Herbert Walker Bush invaded Panama to capture General Noriega, or the invasion of Iraq, or quite frankly, any of the other extrajudicial and extra-legal actions the United States has taken over the past 2 to 3 decades. So this fits well within that. It's very troubling. And it's also up to Congress now to reassert their role where wars are actually authorized and where they're paid for. Unfortunately, Congress has been cowed, and that includes the Republican Party and to some extent the Democratic Party.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. There's so much to this. There are so many questions. I did want to ask you before I let you go, what question or questions do you still have that you hope maybe will be answered?
Well, we have to see how this is going to play out. The question is, does President Trump really mean it when he says the United States is now going to run Venezuela? And again, it takes us back to those Pottery Barn rules. If you break it, you own it. The United States now owns Venezuela and what it means and all of those implications. And this is a really, I think, very dire time, especially the broader implications when we think about, could Russian special forces do the same thing to Vladimir Zelensky in Kyiv? Could the Chinese now do this in Taiwan? Or what does this mean for every other conflict around the world if and when you can just intervene and violate state sovereignty willy-nilly? And these are the kind of things that Americans should be very frightened about.
All right. Thank you so much, Osama Khalil, for taking the time to join us here and to break it all down. Anything we missed, anything you want to add before I let you go?
No, I would just come back to, is this what Americans voted for? Is this what the peace president really means? And is this an American first agenda? And I think it's very hard to square any of those with the actions we're seeing today.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to be here with us. We definitely appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we are now approaching the top of the hour here. It is 12:58 on the East Coast and 9:58 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I've been here for the past several hours as we break down the big top story that we are following. We do know, of course, the U.S. launched those strikes in Venezuela early this morning and were able to capture the leader, Nicolás Maduro, and his wife, who are now being transported on U.S. warship over to New York. Now, it's not quite clear at this point when they will arrive in New York, and maybe more importantly, when they would appear in a federal courtroom. We're going to make sure to keep an eye on all of the live images that we do get in here and bring you updates on Live Now from Fox, as we always do. We also have these live images that are coming in from really all over the country, and right now we do have a look outside of Venezuela. This is, again, one of the many cameras. As you can see, a heavy military presence at this point. One big point that we mentioned here, President Trump said as he addressed members of the media and the country just about an hour or so ago, he did say that as of right now, until there is a transition, the U.S. will run Venezuela after capturing Maduro. Now, there's also a lot of questions about how the actual operation played out. I want to play for you right here the portion of the comments that were made by General Dan Kane. He is the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and he did essentially break down how the whole operation happened. I want to play that portion for you here in case you missed it on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolás and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists, and we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets. In early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel so, as the President said, they could be brought to justice. And as the President said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the President to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings. But when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the President ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire Joint Force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective, and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit but remained flyable, and as the President said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right, wanted to bring you those remarks there from General Dan Raisin Kane as he broke down how exactly the mission there played out over in Venezuela very early this morning, saying they did enter the home around 1 a.m. local time. Now, again, there is a lot to this, and we did hear from President Trump and other members of his administration a bit earlier today. We will replay those remarks coming up for you later on today in case you missed them. Right now, we are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, 1:10 on the East Coast and 10:10 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and we will be right back with more coverage on the other side. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 1:13 on the East Coast and 10:13 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here as we continue to cover this breaking news coming in out of Venezuela. And we do have a lot of live images, so I want to pop this one up on your screen. This is a live look over in Caracas as you can see Maduro supporters and other protesters who have gathered there on the streets. All of this, of course, as President Trump says, the U.S. is, quote, going to run Venezuela until the transition of power after the capture of the country's leader, Nicolás Maduro, and his wife. The couple Trump revealed were aboard a U.S. warship being transported to New York, where they have been indicted there in federal court. And what I want to do is pop up this look right here. We do have this image that was released on Truth Social by President Trump, showing Maduro with his eyes covered on board that warship. Now, it's not clear exactly when he is going to arrive there in New York, but we'll keep you posted on that. And if we do get any live images, you'll see them here on Live Now from Fox. Now, during remarks at Mar-a-Lago earlier, the president explained that no Americans were killed in the attack. And on those in Venezuela, he explained, quote, "The people are free and it's a prouder nation." Secretary of War Pete Hegseth adding, quote, "Welcome to 2026 and, quote, America is back." Earlier today, President Trump did confirm on Truth Social that the U.S. conducted that large-scale strike on Venezuela, capturing Maduro and his wife, Cilia Flores. Trump explained the operation was delayed by 4 days due to weather and that he spoke with Maduro a week earlier and Maduro refused to surrender. Now, there have been a lot of questions here about different legal issues related to all of this, and I do want to bring in a good friend of the show. We have Gerard Felitti, senior counsel at the Lawfare Project, to help break it down. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here, as always.
Pleasure. Thank you.
All right, so first off, want to get your take overall from a legal perspective on all of this, because of course you have Democrats who are coming out against it. They are saying this is illegal. Then you have Republicans praising it and saying that's not the case. Vice President Vance saying this was legal. So overall, from your perspective, break it down.
Well, there are two things to look at. One is what we understand to be international law, and the second is the indictment in the Southern District of New York, which actually helps explain the first one as well. Under international law, wars of aggression are not something that are looked kindly upon. You need justification. You need, for example, self-defense, which is what President Trump and the Trump administration has argued, that with Venezuela, the United States is engaging in self-defense because Venezuela, and specifically Maduro, is a narco-trafficker who is endangering the lives and taking the lives of America willingly. And this is not a state action. This is something that he is doing. He has basically taken over the state of Venezuela and is using it for his personal interests as the kingpin, as the leader of a cartel and a narco trafficking. And this is the basis, the justification under international law that the Trump administration is using. Now, it's not unprecedented. We've seen similar uses of affirmative defenses, so to speak, for self-defense purposes. We've seen this when we've gone in after ISIS in Syria. We've seen this with Kosovo. We've seen this with Panama in 1989. So this is not unprecedented, but it does fit within a gray area of international law.
And I want to pop this up on your screen here. I was talking about those comments from Vice President Vance. He said the president offered multiple off-ramps, but was very clear throughout this process the drug trafficking must stop and the stolen oil must be returned to the U.S. Maduro is the newest person to find out that President Trump means what he says. Kudos to our brave special operators who pulled off a truly impressive operation. From there, he went on to say, and this is what we were discussing here, PSA for everyone saying this was illegal. Maduro has multiple indictments in the United States for narco-terrorism. You don't get to avoid justice for drug trafficking in the United States because you live in a palace over in Caracas. And that leads me to my next question, Gerard, because we're talking about the leader of a country here who has now been taken into custody and faces some pretty serious charges there in that indictment. Can you break down your understanding of the charges that he does face? And again, as I mentioned, we are talking about, and I've had this up here, a 25-page indictment.
Well, a leader of a sovereign country usually has sovereign immunity from arrest and prosecution. I think the strongest argument that the Trump administration is making is that Maduro is not the legitimate elected leader of Venezuela. The United States government, many Latin American countries, and the European Union don't recognize him as the leader of Venezuela. So that minimizes the sovereign immunity argument. The actual charges stem from, this is not new. There was an indictment that was unsealed 4 years ago. We've had one that was supplemented since then, superseded. But this alleges that he was involved in narco-trafficking conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive weapons, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive weapons. And the 27-page indictment lays out the facts that the government will prove or seek to prove, which is that Maduro is an active participant in the drug trade in the United States that's cost the lives of so many thousands of American citizens.
And this is kind of a technical term. Can you break down for folks out there the difference between the indictment and a superseding indictment? We hear that term a lot, but I want to kind of get into the basics of that.
Well, a superseding indictment is basically a follow-up indictment. The government has presented additional facts to a grand jury, and the grand jury has come back with a new indictment that adds charges or adds facts to what was already alleged in the previous indictment. So that's what we see here. The major difference between the indictment that was unsealed today and the one from 4 years ago is that there is more detail about the role of the First Lady of Panama in this conspiracy.
Also, want to kind of think about all of this as it does continue to play out. What is next in the legal process? Where does this go from here? Does it differ from any other individual or individuals taken into custody on charges like this?
I think we can expect this to play out a lot like it did with Noriega in 1989. We will see Maduro be presented before a judge in federal court in New York City, where the charges will be read, and he will have a chance to make his plea, and then this will proceed to trial. This is a very high-profile defendant. There will be massive security considerations at issue, all of which will have to be resolved. Federal court is closed to cameras, close to media, so we will not be having the live images. There will be a lot of discussion about what's happening, but this will proceed like any other trial, except with a very high-profile defendant.
I know I've asked you this before, but as far as cameras in the courtroom, you were saying, of course, federal court does not allow that. We're not going to get inside. Now, we might get some sketches or something like that. How does, and this is kind of a more broad question, but how does having cameras in the courtroom actually impact the case in general, and how can it maybe help the public?
Well, it helps the public for transparency and to get that instant gratification of what's going on, seeing it with your own eyes. But the countervailing argument is that when you have cameras in the courtroom, you risk playing to the cameras and not actually addressing the law and the facts to the judge and the jury. So often when you have cameras in the courtroom, you're playing to another audience, a political audience. You're trying to sway the jury. You're trying to get your message out there by appealing to the public at large, who can then perhaps influence that jury or the jury pool. So cameras are disfavored as a distraction that takes away from the focus, which is on finding the facts and determining the guilt or innocence of the accused.
All right. Gerard Filitti, thank you so much for taking the time to be here, as always, and helping to break it down. Anything we missed, legally speaking, or anything you want to add before I let you go?
Well, legally speaking, the other thing we need to watch for is now there will likely be complaints made to the International Criminal Court, of which Venezuela is a member, alleging that the U.S. did violate international law. This will largely play out as a political proceeding, but this is something to note that while he's being tried in New York, there will be ongoing political interest in whether the U.S. violated international law.
That actually leads to another question I want to ask you before you go, because the International Criminal Court, that is the one that the U.S. doesn't I guess, consider legitimate, right? So would that matter?
The United States is not a party to the treaty that created the International Criminal Court. So technically, the court has no jurisdiction, and the U.S. has sanctioned its officials for going after the United States, or trying to in the past. So in a legal sense, it doesn't matter. But from a political perspective, it does, because there will be a lot of airwaves that are taken up by people discussing the international implications of this, albeit in a legal setting. Will not affect the United States. We are not a party to the treaty, but this will play out as political theater more than anything else.
All right, Gerard, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it as always.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
And of course, we will continue to follow all of the latest developments as we get reaction coming in from all over. Now, I want to pop this up on your screen once again, because we were talking about the charges there. Attorney General Pam Bondi saying Nicolás Maduro and his wife, Cilia Flores, have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. Nicolás Maduro has been charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the U.S. They will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts. On behalf of the entire U.S. DOJ, I would like to thank President Trump for having the courage to demand accountability on behalf of the American people And a huge thank you to our brave military who conducted the incredible and highly successful mission to capture these two alleged international narco traffickers. Again, that was a post from Attorney General Pam Bondi this morning after President Trump announced that Maduro and his wife had been detained, captured there over in Venezuela. Again, we do have those live images coming in from several different countries. We actually have this one coming in from the U.S. This is Venezuelans gathering over in Florida. I believe specifically it's over in South Florida, but we're seeing a lot of different folks. There you go, Miami-Dade County, Florida. A lot of folks that are coming together to share their opinions. Some of them are supporters of Maduro. Some of them are opposition there. We do know that President Trump has said the U.S. will be in charge, will lead and take control of Venezuela for now until there is a transition of power there. We do have Jackie Heinrich over at Fox News who posted this on social media saying, President Trump says Rubio spoke with Maduro's VP and that she is willing to work with the U.S. to, quote, make Venezuela great again. The full quote, she was just sworn in, but she was handpicked by Maduro, so Marco is working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her, and she is essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to, quote, make Venezuela great again, end quote. Very simple. Again, that is from Jackie Heinrich as she is quoting President Trump from that news conference that we brought you earlier on today. Right now, we are going to sneak away for a quick 2-minute commercial break at 1:25 on the East Coast and 10:25 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 1:27 on the East Coast, 10:27 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and thank you so much for being with us here on this Saturday, January 3rd, as we break down the big story. We are continuing to gather more information after the U.S. strikes on Venezuela and the capture of Nicolás Maduro and his wife, who we're told are now on a U.S. warship and are headed for New York, where they have been indicted. Again, as we heard right before the break from Gerard Filitti, a legal expert there, cameras are not allowed in court for federal cases, so it's likely the only thing we should get from in there are sketches and things of that nature. However, it's unclear at this point if there is the potential that we could get some of the live images of Maduro and his wife arriving on that U.S. warship in New York. Now, we also have this live image, one of many coming in. This is over at the Venezuela-Colombia border. And as you can see, there is a heavy law enforcement, so to speak, presence there, military presence. And a lot of folks are, well, in that area at this point. Again, that is the border over at Venezuela and Colombia. We also know that in the U.S., we're getting live images as well. This is a protest, a hands-off Venezuela protest. No to U.S. intervention in Venezuela. It's actually taking place outside of the White House. You can see that right there on your screen. And of course, we know that President Trump is not at the White House. He is over at Mar-a-Lago, where he was spending Christmas and really the winter break there for the holidays with his family. And that's where he spoke from earlier on today. Now, before we get back into those comments from President Trump, what I want to do is actually play this right here. This is a live look at one of the other images that's coming in. I believe this is actually from Caracas. Now, we do have other protests as well. That's why I'm saying I believe that's Caracas, because we also have images over in Madrid and other locations there. Protests are taking place nationwide. Many of these are actually supporters of Maduro. Some are folks who have just kind of shown up trying to figure out, asking reporters and photojournalists out there what's actually happening and what's going on. President Trump saying that the U.S. will run Venezuela for now. Again, all of this kind of up in the air, and we're going to see how it plays out. Right now, I do want to play some comments here from President Trump as he breaks down all of the latest.
Okay, thank you very much. This is big stuff. And we appreciate you being here. Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolás Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer. All perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York, it's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days. They were different days. We're a respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea. We were just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in a ready, what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have, and you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship. They'll be heading to, ultimately, New York. And then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over, in particular, the United States, Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide. And he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people if they call police. They were brutal. But they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average, 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're going, they're walking their daughters, they're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana. And we have done that. It was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing, and we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster, and the mayor was a disaster, but it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there. When they need us, we'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country.
All right, bringing you those remarks in case you missed them. Of course, other topics that were discussed as well, but President Trump going over the capture there of Nicolás Maduro, the Venezuelan leader who was captured by the U.S. after those strikes that took place overnight, very early this morning. If you are just joining us, my name is Josh Breslow, and I've been here with you as I take you through the big story that we're covering. Breaking news as we do continue to follow the capture of Maduro and his wife. Currently, we're told, on a U.S. warship en route to New York. However, the details are kind of in flux as to when they are expected to arrive and when they will actually appear, if even today, over in federal court. Again, so many questions here that we are waiting to get the answers to. Right now, I do want to pop up some of the live images that we do have right here on your screen. You can actually see this one of the Venezuela Colombia border. It's fairly busy right now, everything moving kind of slow, but you can see that heavy military presence off to the left-hand side of your screen. We'll keep you posted here as we do get additional reaction coming in from all over. Now, as I mentioned, we are awaiting the arrival, so to speak, of Maduro and his wife over in New York. So what I want to do is actually pop this up on your screen. This is a post from the New York City Mayor, Zoran Mamdani, that came out a short time ago as he says, I was briefed this morning on the U.S. military capture of Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro and his wife, as well as their planned imprisonment in federal custody here in New York City. Unilaterally attacking a sovereign nation is an act of war and a violation of federal and international law. This blatant pursuit of regime change doesn't just affect those abroad, it directly impacts New Yorkers, including tens of thousands of Venezuelans who call this city home. My focus is their safety and the safety of every New Yorker, and my administration will continue to monitor the situation and issue relevant guidance. Again, that is Mayor Zoran Mamdani just a few days into office saying that he has been briefed on the U.S. military capture and the possibility there, the planned imprisonment over in federal custody in New York. Again, that's another development. We'll keep you posted if we get any live reaction that is coming in from Zoran Mamdani. We'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Right now, I do want to talk a little bit more about the situation in general, so let's bring in Mark Kansian, retired Marine Colonel and Senior Advisor at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us as all of this is developing.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. And first off, we heard from President Trump. We also heard from other officials, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, and of course, Dan Kane, the general there, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Wanted to ask your overall takeaways from those remarks, which went on for about an hour.
They praised the execution of this mission as something that only the United States could do. And in that, I think they are accurate. This is going to be going down in history as one of the great military raids carried out into adversary territory against a fairly well-organized adversary with air defenses, and doing it without serious losses and successfully. The other part, though, is what happens next. We talked about the press conference talked about transition, but to what and how is very unclear. They didn't talk very much about the opposition. The expectation up until now has been that the United States would turn the government over to the opposition, which the United States and many other countries regard as the legitimate government of Venezuela. But they didn't say that. In fact, Trump was not very complimentary of the opposition. So very unclear what happens next.
That was an interesting point that I thought was interesting when it was brought up. He was, of course, asked about the possibility of the opposition leader, who, of course, is not in Venezuela, but just got the Nobel Peace Prize, taking over. And he was very clear that she just doesn't have the support there.
The thing is, that's not the consensus. The consensus is that she won the last election with about 70% of the vote, has strong support both in the exile community and likely inside Venezuela. So not clear why he said that. Now, she has not run the government before. That's true. But on the other hand, she would be regarded as legitimate by both Venezuelans and the international community. Both of those are important.
Also, this is something that we've discussed a lot. I've talked a lot with different experts that we've had on here today. One thing that President Trump mentioned is that they didn't tell everyone there in Congress. There was no prior word given prior to this, and part of that was to prevent any sort of leak from happening. How does that kind of benefit the entire situation there, the operation? Because you would think if there had been even the slightest leak there could have been an operation that went very differently.
Well, the Pentagon is very concerned about operational security. That's been increasing over the last number of years. The president has a low opinion of Congress's ability to keep secrets. That's not really, I think, fair to the top leadership of Congress, but it's the president's prerogative. So he chose not to inform them ahead of time. There was also a timeline problem in that they've been ready to execute this mission for, he said, 15 days. And that's a long time to have a secret out there that could be compromised.
Yeah, because it was 4 days that they had to delay due to the weather. So, I mean, we're talking about the end of 2025 into 2026 here. So if that information had been out there, you don't know exactly what is going to happen. Now, my next question for you, what do we need to watch for? We are watching this all play out. We're getting the information that came in, quite a bit of information from President Trump and other members of his administration. So what do we watch for now?
The big thing is this transition. Clearly, the United States, perhaps Secretary of State Rubio, will be talking to the Venezuelan government. They've sworn in the vice president as the interim president. I think they've talked to her already. They think, the U.S. government thinks, that they are willing to be flexible and accommodating. We'll see if that's the case. But even if they're willing to be accommodating, not clear how willing this rump Maduro regime will be to institute democracy, to relinquish power, and to bring in the United States in order to enhance its oil production.
Did that kind of catch you off guard? A lot of people were posting about that. President Trump saying that the U.S. not afraid to have boots on the ground, and that the U.S. would essentially control Venezuela until that transition. That seems to be something that stuck out to a lot of people there, and he was asked quite a few questions about it.
That's a very odd thing about the briefing. That is, President Trump said that there wouldn't be any boots on the ground, or at least clearly indicated his preference. But how are you going to run the government if you don't have the troops on the ground? You know, in theory, you could be telephoning instructions in from Washington, but that gives the local authorities a lot of latitude to delay, to dissemble. It's hard to imagine how that's going to work without some presence on the ground, or the opposition actually taking over the government, or possibly some outside force, you know, a group of regional countries that send in forces, you know, during some sort of transition, maybe Spain also, but there was no mention of that.
And my last question here before I let you go, anything that we maybe missed, anything you want to make sure that we do add here before I let you go?
Well, keep in mind the United States is still postured to conduct further strikes. President Trump said that that could occur if it appears that the Venezuelan government is delaying. That might well occur. In any case, the strikes on the drug boats will continue. That goes on despite what is going on with the Maduro government. So you're going to see more of those attacks.
All right. Mark Hansian, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and helping to break it all down. We definitely appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on the show.
And I do want to pop this up on your screen. This is actually a photo that was just released by President Trump on his Truth Social, and it does show Hegseth there monitoring this whole situation as it played out early this morning. You can also see Dan Raisin Kane, general there, chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, in that black and white photo as well. Again, President Trump just posting that here on Truth Social, so we wanted to make sure to show you that here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour here at 1:53 on the East Coast and 10:53 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are approaching the top of the hour, 1:55 over on the East Coast and 10:55 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I've been here with you as we follow the latest on the capture by the U.S. of Venezuelan leader Nicolás Maduro and his wife, who we're told are now on a U.S. warship en route to New York, where they have been indicted on several charges. Want to pop this up on your screen, another photo being released by the White House and President Trump as everyone there was at Mar-a-Lago monitoring all of this here as it did play out, that Venezuelan operation that took place earlier on this morning. Trump making it very clear that no Americans were killed in the attack, and they chose that day to minimize any harm to civilians. As you can see, it says Operation Absolute Resolve. Again, we will continue to follow all of the latest developments here on Live Now from Fox as we get additional comments and see more of these live images that are coming into the newsroom. Right now, I do actually want to play a portion of an interview from earlier on this morning before President Trump held that news conference there at Mar-a-Lago. He did provide some initial details and commentary very early on to Fox News. Now, I do want to play those remarks, and on the other side of that, Christina Evans will be in the hot seat with everything you need to know on this Saturday. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in.
Morning.
So you've had quite a busy evening. Tell us about it.
It was slightly busy, I would say. It was very dark all over, especially in Venezuela. The team did an incredible job. They rehearsed and practiced like nobody's ever seen. And I was told by real military people that there's no other country on earth that could do such a maneuver. If you would have seen what happened, I mean, I watched it literally like I was watching a television show. And if you would have seen the speed, the violence, you know, they say that, the speed, the violence, they use that term. It's it was an amazing thing, an amazing job that these people did. There's nobody else could have done anything like it.
You're at Mar-a-Lago right now. How were you able to watch this?
Well, we watched it from a room. We had a room, and we watched it, and we watched every aspect of it. We were surrounded by lots of people, including generals, and they knew everything that was happening, and it was very complex, extremely complex, the whole maneuver, the landings, the number of aircraft, which were a massive number, the number of helicopters, a different type of helicopters, different type of fighter jets. We had a fighter jet for every possible situation. And they just broke in, and they broke into places that were not really able to be broke into, you know, steel doors that were put there for just this reason, and they got taken out in a matter of seconds. I've never seen anything like it, actually.
And you were able to watch this in real time.
Yeah, and don't forget, I've done some pretty good ones in other parts of the world, okay? I've done some pretty good ones, but I've never seen anything like this. I was able to watch it in real time, and I watched every aspect of it, and I listened to the communication between, you know, where we were in Florida and out in the field in Venezuela. And it was amazing to see the professionalism, the quality of leadership, the professionalism. General Raisin Kane is fantastic. Don't forget, we did another one not so long ago. It was called the knocking out of the Iranian nuclear threat, the nuclear power. And that was unbelievable what they did there. And this is something that, gee, I don't know, it's amazing. And to have a few injuries, but no death on our side is really amazing.
Mr. President, critics will say that strong action can risk escalation, but history has shown us that weakness can truly invite chaos. And this military operation clearly sends a message to our adversaries around the world, China, Iran, Russia, that we are no longer the weak administration that we had for 4 years under former President Biden, who tolerated narco-terrorism. What is next for the United States and Venezuela?
Well, we're very strong, and very importantly, if you look at drugs through the oceans, through the seas, they're down 97%. That's the boats. It's sort of related to this, as you know. The drugs are way down, and it's getting very, very tough. It's a whole different look. We have a whole different country. We have a country now that's respected. We have a country. I built the military in my first term, and they gave a little chunk of it away, but it was a lot. But it was a little chunk relative to what we built. But they gave it to Afghanistan so stupidly. It was one of the. Compare this to Afghanistan, where we were a laughing stock all over the world. We're not a laughing stock anymore. No, we have the greatest military in the world by far. We have the greatest equipment, military equipment in the world by far. And you had to see this in real time. You had to see this, the professionalism and the bravery, everything about it. And you almost couldn't hold them back. It was like they wanted to go so badly. And most people would have said, I'll take a pass. I know that Charlie would have wanted to go because Charlie's a very brave person. But I know a lot of other people would have said, I think I'll pass on this one. Let's watch it on television. So it's been amazing to see how good they were, how professional they were, how incredible the equipment we have is. I mean, the level of equipment and to see how it worked so perfectly. And, you know, if you compare this to attacks on Iran over the years with, you know, helicopters crashing into each other, the whole thing was a mess. The Jimmy Carter situation, which was a mess. And every other situation compared to this, nobody's ever seen like this. Look, the Iranian attack, knocking out their nuclear power was big. We had peace in the Middle East, and we have it. Without that, you could never have peace in the Middle East. We knocked them out, and look what's happening now to Iran, but we knocked it out. That was, it could not have been better, and this could not have been better. I don't even know which is, these are both really important. If you think about equal and importance, I wonder how it's going to be rated, but knocking out the nuclear power of, think of it, they were ready, they were within 2 months, they would have been a nuclear power. And comparing that to this in a certain different way, I think this might have been actually more complex.
Well, it's interesting.
That was something that was amazing.
It's interesting, Mr. President. We've looked, our own Lucas Tomlinson, our reporter here, I don't know if you knew this intentionally, but the capture of Maduro and his wife coincides with the 6th anniversary of your taking out the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's Qasem Soleimani. Interestingly, it's six years after. But let me ask you a question, Mr. President. Because
by the way, that was the third thing, and we have a fourth. We got Soleimani. We have taken out so many. Look at what we did to the leader of ISIS, who's no longer with us, right? And everybody was after for 20 years, and we got him. We've done a lot, but this was something, maybe because it's fresh in our minds, because again, the Iranian situation was so big, knocking that out, and the B-2 bomber, every single missile hit its target, and the target was an air shaft.
Right.
Dark at night. Think of that. Dark at night, no moon. You couldn't see a thing, and every missile went right through that air shaft and just obliterated the place. So that was amazing, and this was amazing.
I wonder, Mr. President, I want to ask you because from your Vice President, J.D. Vance, said that the message is pretty clear. The drug trafficking must stop. So was this operation a message that you're sending to Mexico, to Claudia Sheinbaum, the president there?
Well, it wasn't meant to be, and we're very friendly with her. She's a good woman, but the cartels are running Mexico. She's not running Mexico. The cartels are running Mexico. And we could be politically correct and be nice and say, oh, yes, she is. No, she's very, she's very frightened of the cartels. They're running Mexico. And I've asked her numerous times, would you like us to take out the cartels? No, Mr. President. No, please. So we have to do something because we lost. The real number is 300,000 people, in my opinion. They like to say 100,000. 100,000 is a lot of people, but the real number is 300,000 people. And we lost it to drugs, and they come in through the southern border, mostly the southern border. Plenty come in through Canada, too, by the way, in case you don't know. Yeah. But they come in through the southern border, and something's going to have to be done with Mexico.
Why did you decide to do this morning?
Are you talking about calling you people or the shot?
No, taking out
I'm not sure which is worse. If you want to know the truth, I'm calling you. I haven't spoken to anybody else because Charlie Hurd has been a great friend of mine for a long time. He was with me when it was not fashionable, and those are the people I like. He was with me, Charlie, when it was not at all fashionable. So that's the reason I'm doing this. And your show is great. You're doing a great job. What a good team.
But I meant, why did you make the decision to take out Maduro this morning? And what was Maduro doing when our guys came in on him?
So we were going to do this 4 days ago, but the weather was not perfect. The weather has to be perfect. And we had just the perfect weather. We had, very good. A little bit few more clouds than we thought, but it was good. We waited 4 days. We were going to do this 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago. And then all of a sudden it opened up and we said go. And I'll tell you, it was just amazing. And what was he doing? He was in a very highly guarded, like a fortress, actually. He was in a fortress. That we had nobody killed was amazing. I think we had nobody killed, I have to say, because a couple of guys were hit, but they came back and they're supposed to be in pretty good shape. But that we had nobody killed, that we lost no aircraft. Everything came back. We got it all back. One of them was hit pretty hard, but a helicopter, but we got it back. But it just was the right time to do it. We had to do it because it's a war. We're losing 300,000 people a year. We don't lose that much in a war, okay, if you look. And we had to do it. But he was in a house that was more like a fortress than a house. It had steel doors. It had what they call a safety space where it's, solid steel all around. He didn't get that space closed. He was trying to get into it, but he got bum rushed so fast that he didn't get into that. We were prepared. We had, massive blowtorches and everything else that you need to get through that steel, but we didn't need it. He didn't make it to that area of the house.
Mr. President, your war on narco-terrorism from our southern...
All right, as you see there, wanted to play out a portion of this interview that President Trump did a bit earlier.